This is the Big O Show. 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 This is the Big O Show.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill. Good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig Zinn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com. The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to Caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping.
When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Howdy, yes, sir. Good morning. Yeah. Get your liquor split. Yay. It is a Wednesday. As you all know, we are on a little earlier on Wednesdays because we've got Inside the Paint today. So we will have a little fun with Ira and Clay. We got the Heat tonight taking on Boston. Game 5 of the Eastern Conference Finals. Let's see if the boys can advance and get it done. It would be really, really nice if they can get it done. Oh, let's see, it's like that light is shining hard on the Nature Bee hat there. See, look at that. See, it's just like, I don't know if you see it there. Anyway, if you're watching on YouTube, for those of you that are listening on the podcast, this stuff doesn't work for you. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, so we'll have some fun today on the show. We're loaded as always. We've got Inside the Paint from 9 to 10 with Ira and Clay. What's it called? We've got Ian Rappaport, as always. It's Wednesday, 10 a.m. We will have Ian Rappaport. We'll go around the NFL. Omar Kelly, normally joining us on Tuesdays. Well, his appearance time was right in the middle of player availability yesterday with the Miami Dolphins. So we had to adjust and move Omar to today. So Omar will join us today at 11:30. So we'll have a little fun with Omar, and we'll talk all things Miami Dolphins, and we'll stump him on everything pop culture. Okay? Like what we normally do every twice a week with Omar. We talk Dolphins, and then everything else in pop culture just goes like right over his head. Like, what are you talking about? Huh? What is that? Huh? I've never heard of that. You know, that kind of stuff. So we will do the same thing we always do. So we got the Heat tonight in the Celtics. Big game. I don't think I need to tell you guys all that. PJ, Strus, Gabe are all questionable. PJ dealing with the knee, Struce with the hammy, Gabe with the hammy. Butler's also dealing with the knee. They're all going to play, bro. This is the Eastern Conference Finals. They will find if they played a game that they probably should have played in Game 4, they'll play tonight. All right, they'll play tonight. How about this? We got a little soccer, a little football action tonight, and you know what I like also. It was the Panthers were the team. Now it's Inter tonight at 7:00 on ESPN Plus. You'll get to watch Inter taking on Orlando City in Orlando for the U.S. Open Cup. I would love to be there for that game tonight. That would be a lot of fun. I know it's not a lot of fun for most of you out there because most of you don't give a shit about soccer, but I do. I care about all the sports, and I definitely care about Inter. Would love to see them advance here. See, I don't think they're going to make the playoffs. Even though I like this young group and they're a hell of a lot more entertaining than watching Higuain and all these other guys, although the Higuain thing off the bench is actually starting to work some. But anyway, tonight, Inter and Orlando U.S. Open Cup. For those of you that don't know, the U.S. Open Cup is actually the Lamar Hunt Trophy for you NFL fans. The Lamar Hunt family, which is the Hunt family, which is the one that owns the Kansas City Chiefs, and Lamar, who is no longer with us, rest in peace. He was a lover of soccer back all the way to the NASL days. And so the Hunt family, like the Robbie family, by the way, Tim Robbie, and Joe Robbie and the entire Robbie family, they have been very big soccer supporters. They're the ones that brought the strikers here. They didn't only bring the Dolphins, they brought the strikers too. And very grateful, by the way, for a South Florida kid who didn't have a lot of pro sports. Robbie's meant so much to us because of that, the Dolphins. And so the U.S. Open Cup is all the leagues that are in the United States battle for this one trophy. So it doesn't matter what. It's like getting single A, double A, triple A, and Major League Baseball all playing for one trophy. Okay? Right. And the chances of the triple A, double A, single A winning that trophy is slim, right? But that's kind of fun. They do it in England. It's called the FA Cup. So we do it here, and it's called the Lamar Hunt Trophy, the U.S. Open Cup. And for those of you that don't know, just in case to get you a little educated in this whole thing. And so they happen to be in the round of 16 now. And usually once you start getting to these higher rounds, it's usually the MLS teams that are left over. So now, a couple of years ago, Miami FC, who's not an MLS team, got to the round of 8, I believe. And they took down 2 MLS teams along the way. It's pretty cool. All right. They beat Orlando. They beat Chicago. They beat Orlando. They beat Atlanta and lost to Chicago because I saw both the Orlando and the Atlanta wins. And then I traveled up to Chicago for that game because that was like, if they would have won that game, it's just like, are you kidding me? But now that team had like a $10 million salary. Ricardo Silva spent a lot of money on that team. That guy is ruthless, man. He's awesome. He is awesome. If he had his way, we would have one kick-ass soccer team down here, I'm telling you. Anyway, so that's going on tonight with the U.S. Open Cup, just to kind of fill you guys in on that one. I will be talking a little Dolphins later on, not just with Omar. A couple things coming out of camp that I want to address. I thought McDaniel had, out of his whole press conference, it's entertaining and all that, how he handles the media, but he only had one real good, juicy comment that we're going to talk about and kind of dissect a little bit. And I think it's a lot of fun to talk about that. So we'll go over a couple of things from Dolphins camp yesterday. And we'll have a little fun with that. But as always, the show is loaded. We got a lot of things to talk about in all kinds of different sports, music, all kinds of stuff. Obviously, I'd be remiss if I didn't say, the tragedy yesterday in Texas. Our thoughts and prayers go, and I'm with Steve Kerr. I'm with the Connecticut senator that was on the floor. I'm with everybody that says we've got to do something. I've been saying it for a long, long time. The To me, the biggest problem has been the laws. As I've said, you've got to make it a lot harder. You know, those of us that live a clean life and we're not criminals and all that, when, you know, we should have the right to bear arms, but there's a lot of people that should lose that right. And then on top of all of that, the laws need to be incredibly strict. You get caught with a stolen gun, you don't even need to you don't even need to commit a crime. You get caught with a stolen gun, you need to go away for 10 years, flat out. No questions asked. None. Zero. You commit some kind of a crime, nobody needs to die with a gun. You go away 15, 20 years. You commit something you kill somebody with a gun, you need to be fried immediately after you're found guilty. You cannot mess around anymore. That's the problem with all of our laws. We got idiots in California that are allowing people to run into Walgreens, and you know Walgreens is pulling out of California because under $100 you can steal. In Washington, autonomous zones. You allow people to take over an entire couple of blocks and a police station. What kind of shit is that, dude? That's the problem in our country. We don't have enough laws. We're not really making people pay a price for committing crimes. Seriously, in California, you can steal under $100 and they don't do anything to you at all. How do you give a green light to people like that? So it starts from the smallest crimes all the way up. All the way up. Every time there were protests throughout the last couple of years, those people that were rioting, those people that lit things on fire, those people that hurt people, those people need to go to jail for a while. You need to send messages. I'm 55, dude. I've lived over half a century. I don't need to assault anybody. I don't need to hit women. I don't need to kidnap anybody. I don't need to rob a bank. I don't need to use a gun for any bad purposes. It's pretty easy not to do that, dude. I live a simple life. I work my ass off. I enjoy my family. I enjoy my dogs. I enjoy music. I enjoy sports. And I enjoy doing a talk show. That's it, dude. I'm fine. I'm good. That's it. And those of you live the same kind of life that I do, doing your thing. Most of us live that. The people that don't want to live this kind of a life, a normal human being life, where we pay our taxes, we vote, we do all that. Those of you that choose to be criminals, let's put your asses behind bars forever. That's all, dude. Simple. And by the way, a couple of people have said it, so I'll piggyback on that. We're the only country that keeps having all these shootings in schools and churches, and all. This has got to end, dude. People are just walking up and beating up on Asians. Some guy decides, I want to go kill black people. What the hell is that, dude? No. Laws need to change in this country, and they've got to be incredibly strict. The problem we have in this world is we keep raising a soft-ass society, a weak-ass society. You can tell me all you want about our, old ways, but man, we were hardened. And we knew what was right and what was wrong. Okay? You know to hold the door open for a woman. You know to say hi to people. You know how to treat people decently. That's how you're taught. That's how you're brought up. You're taught to respect people out on the street. Doesn't matter what color, nationality, sexuality. I don't care. We're all human beings. And in this country, we're all Americans, not Democrats, not Republicans, not independents, not white, not black, not brown, not yellow, not green, not purple. We're Americans. Dude, let's protect each other. Let's love each other. Let's support each other. Sad, man. Sad. Our world is going to crap. I just feel like we're headed to Mad Max every time I see this kind of... Seriously. I just feel like we're headed to Mad Max. Just stuff that I don't understand, to be quite honest. Anyway, what can I tell you? But that's my rant, and I'm sticking to it. Okay? That's my rant, and I'm sticking to it. All right. Sorry, but I had to get that off my chest. I might as well get it off my chest, and then we'll have the rest of the day to talk a little bit of sports. That's all said and done. Ah, man. All right. Welton Rayom text line, by the way, 855-912-1056. You can start to get your questions in for the guys at the top of the hour so they can get ready for a little inside the paint. And we'll have the guys on in just a moment. Don't forget, EJD Construction is a proud sponsor of our program. And folks, if you're looking for major reconstruction, home remodeling, you want to add an addition to your home, you want to add an entire floor, you want to remodel that entire kitchen and make it modernized, and you want to make the coolest sports room out there, EJD Construction does all kinds of custom home construction. So please give them a ring at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for ejdconstruction.com. All right, let's bring the boys aboard. I got them before the glasses, which is always a beautiful thing, as I am Quick Draw McGraw. How you doing, boys? You doing good? You feeling good?
Doing good. Probably as apprehensive as any game day this season. I put it that way.
Clay, are you awake?
I'm awake, and I'm the same way. I honestly can't remember a series where this deep into it, I have zero feel for it. I mean, there's no feel. And I thought Zach Lowe probably put it perfectly in his article this morning, that there's a sense that maybe the series really hasn't even started yet. And that's the crazy part about all of this, with all the wild swings, that this may ultimately end up just being a
What do you
three-game
mean? Everybody
series
has won on somebody else's court already. That's it.
That's right.
Started, right?
That old cliche that the series doesn't start. So it's like any series where the home team wins all the games never actually happened.
That's it. It never happened.
Yeah, and we're going to get deep into it as the show rolls on. I really feel as though this has to be Jimmy Butler's time. And, he showed it in game one, I think, with Marcus Smart hampered, even if he does play tonight. I think this has to be Jimmy Butler's time, and he has to, you felt like he put his stamp on the series in game one. No, it's time to put his stamp on the series right now. We can go through everybody else. If you're the superstar, you got to carry your team to the NBA Finals right now.
Except what if he's too hurt to do that?
That's
Clay?
what I was going to ask.
We'll get into that in the show. That's the thing also. This whole injury report, gymnastics teams are playing. You're on the injury report, but you're healthy. Gabe Vincent, Max Strus. You're not on the injury report, but we know you're not fully healthy. Jimmy Butler. So there's so much behind the scenes going on here. Personally, we'll get into this on our show. I don't believe Jimmy Butler is anywhere near 100%. I'm not so sure he's even 75%.
Okay, and this is what I hope you guys address this, because I guess we've reached the point now. You cannot count on Bam to be an offensive weapon night in and night out, because he's not the guy dealing with a bum knee. He's the guy that should be saying, give me the damn ball all the time. And Ira, you and I had this discussion. You said, maybe I should be mad at Spo for not, making him part of the offense. Well, I watched the follow-up game, and I didn't see a guy that wanted to. Put it this way, Ira, I was in the same locker room as you with Alonzo Mourning. You weren't going to keep the ball away from him. There was no way. And he wasn't going to be watching everybody else struggle and then him passively hanging around.
Yeah, you know what? I'm glad I'm not doing the big O hit, and I'll talk to this to the Clay, because if Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry are going to be impotent on offense, we saw through the videos they're building a wall on Bam and just stopping him from getting to the rim. So it takes a village, and the Heat's village was very empty, and it left Bam Adebayo empty-handed. But enough of you, Orlando Alzagari. I'd rather argue with the guy who Brett below me down there.
All right. That's what's going to happen. Sloman's
I am going to
inside
hold
the
him
paint.
to that, though. I am going to ask you about the Bam thing because I'm curious about that too. I do want to get into that as well.
Well,
Yeah.
let's debate, my friend. Let's debate.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy.
NBA fans, it's time for the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Sloman's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. Nobody covers your home like Sloman's Home Security, and nobody talks Heat in NBA basketball like Ira and Clay. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome inside the paint on the biggest game day of the year for the Miami Heat. Ira Winderman
And Clay, I'm going to interrupt for 1 second for breaking news.
Uh-oh.
I get a call this morning from Brent Musburger's gambling outlet out in Vegas, Vizin or whatever it's called out there. They want me on the show. And I say, I can't because I have the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show, and you got to have your priorities. And then they go to me, well, what about all these Heat rumors of COVID? And I'm like, what Heat rumors of COVID? I hate sleeping this time of year because I'm always worried I'm going to miss something. My wife always goes to me, you should shut off your phone in case you get butt dialed by Clay after a Sunday night show. And I'm like,
Which
no.
did happen.
And I'm like, no, something might happen.
Fact.
And so I went to Twitter, and there were all these rumors out there that 2 Heat players did not travel back from Philadelphia. And I'm like, that makes no sense because they're not on the injury report. And if nothing else, the NBA would at least address that. So I made some calls and woke up some people way too early in the morning. Folks, it's not a case of 2 Heat players did not travel back with the team. Every player traveled back. 2 Heat staffers did not travel back. Jose Pineda, the Spanish play-by-play voice, the Heat released that the other day, and also a team therapist who either tested positive or showed signs, he did not travel back. So yes, 2 members of the Heat traveling party did not travel back, but all players who were in Philly are now back in Miami, and as of now, we're clear to play, and these are the signs of the times. And to go a little deeper into this, basically the NBA has told everyone, don't test, let's just get through the season. Let's just get through the season. We'll deal with everything. We'll put everyone in quarantine if we have to later. So that's where it stands. But it just shows you, as we get closer to the league's signature moment, the NBA Finals, we're still part of this cycle. In this series, we saw Al Horford test out the first game, couldn't play. Miraculously, 48 hours, he's back on the court. So for those seeing the rumors on Twitter this morning for the first time, the Heat are not losing players due to COVID, but yes, there is concern. Now back to our regularly scheduled Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint. Clay Ferraro.
And to be clear, when you say concern, the Heat there are kind of ramped up protocols a little bit. They're, and completely understand why. But we in the media, they're trying to make sure that if we're anywhere near players, you're masked, you're vaxxed, you're boosted, all of that. So there is a level of
oh yeah, we're getting yelled at. We were crowding PJ Tucker the other day, and Tim Donovan, who can be forceful when needed, he was basically like, "Get back." So, like, you understand where they are. And again, all media have to be vaccinated and boosted to be what they call tier 1, to be with the players that shoot around, to be able to talk to them directly when there's interaction pregame and things like that. There is distancing postgame. Players on a podium. Media is seated further back. So there's a distance level there. They are trying to avoid people approaching the players. But you know what, Clay? It's not like players can't go to a supermarket. It's not like players can't be out in public, or pick up a family member at the airport. And they are dissuading that. They're basically almost begging all players, please, just stay away. You have maybe 2 more weeks, 2.5 more weeks. Let's just get through this. And you know what? If we have to report that Bam Adebayo is in protocols on July 3rd, we'll gladly do that. But let's make it to the finish line there. That's where we are. The Heat 6 victories from an NBA championship.
So I'm going to switch it up a little bit because
Sure.
You mentioned the injuries in the crosstalk. I was going to start about just this series as a whole. It's the strangest series I've ever seen. So we're going to get to that coming up in just a little bit. But I want to go back to the injuries
Sure.
because I do think it maybe from the inside it is a bigger deal even than is being projected on the outside. So let us know what you're hearing. Jimmy Butler, Tyler Hero, and even on down to guys like Kyle Lowry and PJ Tucker.
Yeah, Kyle Lowry, Tyler Hero, I'm not going to understate. Ramona Shelburne of ESPN reported yesterday that Tyler has the kind of groin injury that would require typically 2 to 4 weeks to get better. And we know that. That's what a groin injury is. That's the kind of thing you're most sensitive when it's coming to a tear or something like that. The thought now is, and this sounds terrible, but if he tears it, who cares? He'll have 4 months to heal it. And I think Tyler almost feels the same way. But Clay, you can say that. And you can say you're going to try. But at that moment of truth, when you can drive Tyler those running long bank shot layup floaters, if you don't feel right at the moment, you shoot the pull-up instead. He's struggling in this series, and we're seeing that right away. So this might not be something that was in the moment that kept him out of last game, but might have even been before that. I don't see how he can be a factor in the balance of the series. The good news is there. We'll get to this later in the show. Victor Oladipo stepped up. You have a reliable or at least feasible option in that regard. I think the Jimmy Butler issue is real. I don't think he has his explosion. He can't get around players. He can't put them on his shoulder or his hip to draw those fouls. They simply can stay step for step with him. So you're talking a guy, 18 free throws, 16 free throws in the opener of the series, 2 free throws in the game when he missed half the game, 0 free throws last game. You know, it's interesting. You read the Zach Lowe article he posted on ESPN today. We've seen tons of analysis. ESPN has hours of shows. To me, it's as simple as this. If Jimmy Butler can't get to the free throw line, he can't win this series. It's just that simple. So it's almost like if you're going to put a parlay on the Heat winning the series, take the over on the Jimmy free throws. Because to me, those goes more in hand as any Heat winning stat than I think anything else in this series.
Yeah, and I do want to address the officiating here because I think when you go back and you watch a couple of these games that happened in Boston, there were plays where Jimmy Butler was fouled and they were not called, and he should have gone to the free throw line. Now, he does not have the level of explosiveness, clearly, and you could see it when you go back, especially first half of Game 3. It's not there. It is frustrating, Ira, when you have Stephen A. Smith, before that game even starts, screaming to the world, let's call it what it is. Boston's getting all the calls tonight. And I think Michael Wilbon said they're going to get all the calls they didn't get in Game 3. They got all the calls in Game 3 as well. It's getting absurd. And there was I need to go back and see who posted because I want to give him credit. This is not because the Heat aren't taking the ball into the paint. And this is John Jablanca on Twitter. The Heat are taking the ball into the paint. Yet they still shot, 40 fewer free throws?
Yeah, it was like 68-28 or something like that. Yeah, he'd have had 14 free throws each of the last 2 games. The Celtics have been 30-plus, even the game they lost, correct.
And I do think, and you asked the question, by the way, and credit to you, because Kyle Lowry and Jimmy Butler were up there, and you asked the question about the free throw shooting, and you intentionally did not go the officiating route. Yet the reaction from Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry, I thought, was telling. And this is just me. I felt like the Heat in Game 4 thought they were going to get Scott Fostered. And I think the entire world felt like they were going to get Scott Fostered. And I think that's part of what was playing it with Steven. And this isn't just Scott Foster. The officiating was bad in Game 3 as well. And the officiating was not a reason why they lost Game 4. I do think it's a reason why Game 3 was a lot closer than it should have been. It's not the reason why they lost Game 4. But Ira, you're right. They're not going to win this series if Jimmy Butler can't get to the free throw line. And if he's clearly worse than is being led on, then that lack of explosiveness is going to be a problem, and it's going to cost them the series. At the same time, can we get some sort of equity here? It's getting absurd to watch from a distance. It's even worse when you know people on the inside who are doing this game nationally for ABC and ESPN can just blatantly say it, and everybody's cool with it because they know it's coming. And I don't know if it's because they want Boston in the finals and not Miami. I don't know what it is, but it has to be equitable. It's getting ridiculous, Ira, and there's my rant for it. I'm with you. I do think the health is a major issue here. I didn't plan on going on an officiating rant this morning. It just kind of happened. But I do think when it impacts a series as much as it has so far, and you're seeing it play out the way that I think a lot of people were fearing that it would, it has to change in these last 3 games. And I do think it's going to impact these last 3 games.
You know, the coaching narrative always feeds into this. And so after every game, the Celtics subtly will say, well, if they're going to play bully ball, If they're going to be physical, if they're going to shove us around, we have to push back. But just like I said it, so they say 3 words about the Heat harshly. They're going to shove us. If they're going to bully us, if they're going to turn this into war, we have to do more. So it's like they're going 3 for 1 in getting the narrative out there. And it's always been this way. It's been this way with Pat Riley coaching against the Celtics. It's been the way with Kevin McHale and Kurt Rambett's clotheslining and the diatribes after it. Heat Knicks, we heard that. One Heat part owner wanted to go to court over officiating and things like that. You hear things like that all the time. So to me, it's a case of you have to tune it out a little anyway and not sort of foster it where it's in your head. So this is where I get jealous of Clay Ferraro.
Foster.
Okay, and that was unintentional. So this is where I'm jealous of Clay being part of a visual medium at Local 10. So I asked that question to Jimmy Butler and to Kyle Lowry. They're sitting there together on the podium. Jimmy answers it. Kyle just leans back. I ask about the officiating. He's like, well, there's no way for me in words to type exactly what he said because he said nothing or to paint sort of the moment. But you could see it that Kyle realized you get fined for this. It does you no good after the fact. But damn, it was freaking frustrating out there. So since we probably don't have the video, and Sean, I'm not going to make you try to get in real quick. Kyle was just like, and just leaned back in his chair as if to sort of send the message of, what do you want me to do? What can I say? What's going to make a difference? Now, the other comment you remember was Victor Oladipo, and he was very honest about it. He says, we have to make the referees notice. So
we have to sell it better. We have to sell it better,
which is a terrible phrase. You shouldn't have to sell a foul. And also, when you hear the word sell it, I always go back to soccer. How they don't sell it. They cringe as if they've been shot out there. So to me, that's the total difference. I hope it doesn't become Clay Ferraro, the point where you have to start selling fouls. I hope it can be a point in this best 2 out of 3 Heat Celtics series now where a foul is a foul, a non-foul isn't a non-foul, and we all understand, like players miss free throws, like players commit turnovers, there will be some missed calls. Usually a coach after a game, if his team is in single-digit turnovers, he'll be fine with that, right, Clay? If the Heat only have 9 turnovers tonight, you're fine with it, right?
Of course.
If the Celtics only have 9 turnovers, Celtics Nation is fine with that. So there will be officiating mistakes, but preferably not 68-28 to that degree also. That's where it gets a little bit obscene, unless you're telling me one team is uber passive and the other team is uber aggressive. And I swear I've seen two teams play almost the exact same style of ball to this point.
Yeah, well, okay, and I think you hit on the nail on the head. And this is what I wanted to get to with some of these numbers, and I should have sent this to Sean, so I apologize. But when you look at per game in this series, the Celtics are shooting 25 shots per game inside 5 feet. The Heat are shooting 23. So it's difference of only 2 per game. Free throws per game. I'm not going to go through all that, but if you check me out on Twitter at ClayWPLG. I retweeted it. It's all there. The point you made about both of these teams playing similar games, it's not like one team is driving to the basket and the other one is just settling. That's not how this is going. The thing that was really frustrating, if you go back to Game 3, there was a moment, I think it was 2 consecutive possessions, where Gabe Vincent lifted his arm a little bit, and it was not a push-off, but it was called a push-off because Daniel Tice went flying backwards. Didn't even fall down. Right. Just flew backwards. Other end of the floor, Jaylen Brown does the same thing, and I can't remember who it was that fell down, but it was clear, and they didn't call it. So I don't care if you're going to call it one way or the other. Call it equitable on both sides. And that's what's frustrating. And Ira, I will say this and I'm not just going to do this because you're my boy and I appreciate you, but I am going to air that tonight. I mean, I've already put together my piece for tonight on our 5 o'clock newscast where you asked the question of Kyle Lowry and Jimmy Butler, and their reaction is Kyle leans back and kind of puts his head down, and Jimmy looks at him and laughs and says, I didn't say anything of the sort about the officiate. It's bad. It's got to change. The good news so far, and we're going to move on to other topics, the good news so far is it has not cost Miami or Boston, for that matter, a game. The Heat would have won Game 1 regardless.
Good.
Boston would have won Game 2.
Thank you for adding that addendum, and that's important because no matter what comes out of it, at least through 4 games, the officiating has not decided the series. It has impacted the series, and those are 2 very important different words. We have seen moments in games and series where you could say the officiating decided the series. We're not at that point yet. These teams are incredibly evenly matched. These teams play an incredibly equitable defensive style in their approach. These teams play hard and try hard. These teams are very uneven. These teams' greatest offensive stars can have absolute clunkers. Jaylen Brown has had clunkers in the series. Jimmy Butler has had clunkers in the series. And that's the difference. The Warriors out west are getting much more consistent top-tier play throughout the series. Last night's game being the lone outlier. That's why they look so much better than either of the teams in the East. This is not, Eric Spoelstra goes, this isn't Heat Knicks circa late 1990s. No, not for the physicality or violence, but for the grit, it really is. It can be hard to watch at times, Clay.
Yeah, and I think part of this, as we get into the weirdest series ever topic, is that I because it's so physical, I feel like it psychologically takes so much out of each team to win a game. And I do feel like there's a little bit of a psychological letdown in the next game. And I think we saw that to this point. I think that changes now moving forward. I think
because now it's almost like the stakes are doubled, because now you can't say, so the Celtics can just exhale. No, once you're down 3-2, once you get to the brink of elimination, it's the toughest time in any part of the series. So this is different. These 3 games right now, it's not about home court. It's not about officiating. It's about being your best of the entire season. And this is the brutal reality of the NBA. Mark Cuban addressed this when he spoke about the play-in tournament and the scheduling for the playoffs and how the season goes so long. The Heat right now, let's see, I think it was 5 exhibition games, takes you at 87. First round against Atlanta, 5 games, takes you to, my math really good, 92. 6 games against the Sixers in the second round, takes you to 98. 4 games so far here. You're 102 games into the season. You should not be 102 games into the season in your most important moment of the season. The schedule is too long. The playoffs have proven too grueling. So what we're seeing is playoffs of attrition, and that sucks. Because I'm going to put it this way. Clay Ferraro, Local 10, do you believe the Miami Heat we're seeing right now is the best version of the Miami Heat?
No.
Do you think the Boston Celtics we're seeing right now, compared to what they did over the second half of the season, is the best version of the Boston Celtics?
No.
That's a shame. That's just a shame. There's a reason European soccer doesn't have playoffs. The entire season means as much. You have your table, you have your relegation, you have your team to move up, because they value every game. In the EPL, game 1 is as important as the game played on May 22nd. That's not the case in the NBA. Mark Cuban came out yesterday and said, what the play-in round has done is given us a great week of basketball, but it's compacted the rest of the season. Clay, you remember these breaks, these 2-3-day breaks during the playoffs. We would complain in the media because we'd have to fill it. You with features, me with stories. But on the other hand, the Heat didn't practice yesterday and did not hold a shoot-around right now. Clay Ferraro is not getting ready to boom and hustle down to FTX Arena. There is no shoot-around right now. Think about that, folks. The Miami Heat walked off the court at 11:15 p.m. on Monday. Didn't practice at all on Tuesday and will not even have a walkthrough until about 5:15 tonight at FTX Arena. Teams are exhausted. So they're even trading in preparation for recovery time. That's the problem with this also. I'd rather see the best of these teams. We sure as hell, you mentioned it, Clay, Zach Lowe mentioned it. We're just not right now. It's stuck in the mud, and you're right.
Yeah, and I do think the series would be in the mud regardless with these two teams because of how they play. But you would at least have like those moments where you see the stars being the stars. And again, Jimmy was that in game 1. And I don't think the Peyton Pritchard play, I don't think that caused it with Jimmy Butler. And maybe I'm wrong. I'm not a doctor. It looked bad, but I don't think that's why we're here. I do think it's the constant pounding that they have to go through over and over again. And you're exactly
and
right.
Especially in a series like this versus, sort of a softer style still in the Western Conference, you get through that better. Yes.
So we got a lot more to get to as the show goes on. Please, and thank you for hitting the like button so far. 305 Domi, never going to happen. Never changing the background. It's simply not going to happen. As bad as it looks. I do want to get more. I do want to get more into the injury situation because I want to see what the Heat can do when it comes to adjustments, if anything, to try to make up for this. And also, we're going to talk about the big one tonight. We're going to get Ira Winderman's prediction for this game, or maybe we're not. That look on his face, he's not willing. That and a lot more coming up here on Inside the Paint.
This is the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Sloman's low-cost monitoring rates and how it could save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Why is it that you get locked out in the worst moments of your life?
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at FLPDjobs.com. That's FLPDjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
Doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Sloman's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
The timeout is over. The Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Sloman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Welcome back to Inside the Paint. Please drop your questions, your comments. And Ira, we got a good one from Carlos. He says that Big O has stated that Bam Adebayo's contract is a bad contract. Do you agree?
I disagree. One, you can't equate every dollar to performance. There's not an absolute bar that if you play at this level, you get this amount of money. It's market demand. You couldn't afford to lose Bam. And the equivalency I'm going to give you, Clay, is this. The Phoenix Suns had a similar decision to make with DeAndre Ayton. Great player. Well, actually, very good player. Let me put it that way. Borderline all-star. And they decided, we're not sure if he's a max player, so we're going to let him become a restricted free agent. And because of that, they might lose him because they took that chance. So to me, you have to pay market value because you can't afford to start all over again and look for another Bam Adebayo or look for another DeAndre Ayton. So the contract should have come into it. So whether you're saying Bam is fulfilling his mandate as a max player is another thing. And again, you're building a team. It's not an island. You're not saying we need 5 individual players to always be at their best. Bam fits this team. I don't think there's another team in the NBA he could go to and be the same Bam. But he fits this team for this reason. Because 75% of his value is coming on the defensive end. He's a one-man zone. He makes the Miami Heat defense the number 4 ranked defense this season in the NBA defensive ranking. That's why he's here. Offensive end, yes, he might drive you to distraction. He probably is going to have one of the lowest scoring averages for a max player in the league because that's not his part of the court. But we were speaking to Orlando Alzagari in our crosstalk when he came to Bam having a great game 3, dynamic 31 points, nothing in game 4. He plays off his teammates. And if Jimmy Butler is struggling and Kyle Lowry can't beat his defender and you're expecting Bam to go 1-on-2 against Robert Williams and Al Horford, that's not going to happen. That's not going to work. And Bam is not going to do it. He's not going to force the ball in there. Now you have certain guys like Shaquille O'Neal, someone like that who's going to go through 2 people, go hard to the rim and get it. It's not who Bam is. That's not his game. That's not his makeup. He can't do that. So I think Bam is playing the right game. Comes down to coaching. It comes down to teammates. This Heat team is 5 men on a string on defense and on offense. And if Max Strus is not making shots and the 3-pointers aren't there and guys aren't slowing the game by getting to the foul line, Bam will look bad. But you know what? Everyone looked bad. Who was the star of the game of game 4? You could tell me Victor Oladipo, because basically when a guy overachieves, we always praise that. But you saw all the stats. The total scoring by the starting lineup, lowest ever since they measured starter scoring when they delineated starters. The fact the starting lineup was outscored by Jason Tatum. The fact that Victor Oladipo outscored the starting lineup. Don't point to that game, Orlando Alzagari, and saying, this is evidence Bam was bad. Because if you're going to point to that game, I'll point to it and say, this is evidence the Heat are bad. So do you want to make that collective decision and collective judgment on that one game? That, to me, is kind of silly. Bam has had enough good offensive games and enough great defensive games to justify where he stands in the league and on the payroll.
And so I agree with you. I disagree with Big O. There's nothing wrong with the contract. There's nothing wrong with the player. I think you can look around the league, and there's so many max players that aren't nearly as impactful as Bam Adebayo. I went back and I watched that game 4. And the very first possession I thought was telling, Ira. Bam got the ball at the free throw line. He was actually in rhythm. But when you looked in front of him, you had Al Horford guarding him on one side and Rob Williams creeping up on the other in the lane. And so they were building a wall with the 2 of them. It was like they said, all right, early on in this game, we're going to take Bam away. Correct. Now, this is my question. And this is where I think it falls on coaching. Maybe it falls on Kyle Lowry to get in Bam's ear. Because we did see a moment in game 3, by the way, where Jaylen Brown was on Bam, guarding him head up. Right. And Kyle Lowry screamed at Bam, go! And Bam charged into his chest and hit a pretty left-handed hook shot. So to me, Ira, there has to be a conversation if you want Bam to take over that game, because this is not the usual game plan. You have to tell him when you've got that 15-footer in rhythm and you see Rob Williams coming up to build the wall, I need you to take that 15-footer. Because in the course of the Heat offense, the way it is usually played, that 15-footer is not the best shot. And what they're coached to do is then move the ball around to try to find a better shot. But in this series, it may be the best shot that you're going to get in that possession. So as to the question, is Bam Adebayo's contract a bad contract? No, Duncan Robinson's contract is a bad contract. And I wouldn't have said that a few weeks ago. It's probably still movable. They'll find a way to do it, whatever. It's a bad contract right now. He's unplayable. With that said, Bam Adebayo gives you so much on the defensive end of the floor. And if you decide that you want to run the offense through him and you tell him, Bam, go, take that shot, I think he'll take it. I just think he's a team player, maybe to a fault, but I also think if people go to him and say, Bam, we need you to take shots that you normally won't take, he'll gladly do it because he'll feel like it's for the good of the team. And to your point, and this is to bring it full circle, if Jimmy Butler is indeed so badly hurt that he can't get to the free throw line, he can't have that level of explosiveness, then the offense is going to have to come from somewhere. Whether it's Kyle Lowry all of a sudden coming out of nowhere and hitting threes and scoring like he did in the game in Boston towards the end of the regular season. It's going to have to come from somewhere. Maybe it is Bam. but somebody has to have that conversation with him because it's not in the course of the Heat offense for him to do that.
And Clay, I want to go back to something. And folks, if you missed this, go listen to the podcast of our first segment of the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show. We were talking about free throws. Well, Clay, here's the deal. If the Celtics are shooting 38 free throws, let's assume 4 or 5 of them are and ones. You're talking over 20 possessions when the Celtics are coming off the free throw line and can reset their defense when the Heat are coming down and the Heat are playing in that hard half-court offense. So again, Boston going to the foul line not only is a matter of them getting points, it's also a matter of them setting their defense when they get all those whistles. Well, it's harder for the entire Heat team to play in half court, and it's harder for Bam Adebayo to play in half court. He is one of the best transition big men in the league. He might not have those hard rim runs for dunks, but he gets out there and he leads the break on the wing also. So again, if the Heat are going to get all those foul calls and they're going to stop the game and Boston's going to reset their defense and they're going to throw 3 or 4 back there after the made free throw, that's a difference also. If the Heat are playing off of Celtics free throws, it makes it that much harder to attack that Boston defense. So that's where the whistles come into play also. That's where they come into play for Bam. Bam wants to get out in transition. Kyle wants the throw ahead. Jimmy wants to catch the pitch aheads. So you have to get more of that. But if the game is in the mud and you're letting them shoot all the free throws, you don't get that. And conversely, when the Heat don't shoot free throws, Boston can get off to the races. So there are so many interlocking elements, and that's what you see in a playoff series. Rarely is it one element. So often it's 2, 3, 4 when they come together. That's what we're seeing in this series. This is the typical battle of attrition, number one, but also a battle of constant adjustments. I sort of hate that word as if teams weren't adjusting all year. But like Eric Spoelstra would say, to use his words, this is 10x right now when it comes to adjustments and things like that.
And before we get on to the adjustments, I do want to keep hitting on the Bam Adebayo topic because people are asking questions about this. Two Extremes says, well, if that's Bam's mentality, then that makes him a bad center. That's not what you're looking for. You can't ask someone, you can't just pick and choose who you want them to be. And look, as great as Alonzo Mourning was, he could never defend the perimeter like Bam Adebayo does. Better rim protector. Alonzo Mourning, one of the best rim protectors.
Drop coverage,
in recent NBA memory. Bam Adebayo is a different player. And part of what he does so well on defense is because he loves working within the team concept. He loves the idea of going, that's him. And just because he doesn't then choose to not be a team player on offense, you can't just pick and choose how you want a guy to work. Now, again, I'll say it. If somebody goes to Bam and says, look, in the team concept now, the way things are in this series, our adjustment has to be, you need to just be the guy. Jimmy can't be the guy right now because he's too hurt. Tyler can't be the guy right now because he's too hurt. Kyle Lowry can't be the guy.
Then you're done anyway. Then you're done anyway. If you're telling me that Jimmy can't be Jimmy and Kyle can't and Kyle can't be Kyle and Tyler can't be, then you're done anyway. Here's the deal. And I want to see who asked that question there. Here's my question for this, and then it's this. The same texture would come on after they smash the like button, and they would tell us, why is Bam forcing the ball 1-on-2? Why is Bam forcing the ball 1-on-3? And Clay, you knew this. Zoe, when he first came in the NBA, never passed the ball. There were all these edits of his possessions in Charlotte where it was ridiculous. He'd get the ball, he'd go. He'd get the ball, he'd go. He never passed the damn thing. So there's part 2 of that we would have our people on the chat board here on our YouTube chat who would be going, Bam's got to stop forcing the ball. That's not the right shot. You can't have it both ways, folks. There is the right play to make. LeBron, for years, people criticized him with the Heat. When he drew the double and he kicked the ball out for the jumper, someone missed. LeBron should have gone, and Skip Bayless and all these nitwits or whatever would sort of point that way. No, Bam's got to make the right basketball play. And like you said, when Kyle Lowry sees him one-on-one with a slower-footed defender, he has to go. When he sees him with a drop defender who's back in the paint, he has to trust the 15-foot jumper. I agree that. But you still got to make the right basketball play. Because as soon as the other defense gets you making the wrong basketball play, now some players are transcendent. They can succeed making the wrong play. I think LeBron was that. Michael Jordan was that. You have a certain degree of players who can do that. But I don't think you want to wind up in that situation.
Kelly asks, why won't we see 2 big men playing at the same time like we've seen from Boston? And the simple answer is because you don't have 2 big men that are versatile like Boston's are. I mean, it's either Dwayne Dedmon, for as well as he's played at times this year, he's not Al Horford.
In this series, it really isn't working for him. And he barely started big man at PJ Tucker. So you're saying to me, Clay, what did we mention? 102 games in the season. Why don't you change your style? Folks, think about that. I've gotten so many things. They should start Yurtseven. You're saying they should start Victor Oladipo. They need a lineup change. Folks, you are 102 games into your season. If you are who you are right now, it's like me and my wife, 26, 27 years into our marriage. This is it right now. We'll spice it up and maybe go to Las Olas on Saturday.
I don't need to hear this.
But you are who you are. Maybe you go to the specialty store, but you are who you are. It's the same thing with the Heat. You're 102 games in. If what you are isn't good enough, you can't be changing it up now. You can't spice things up. Eric Spoelstra can't go in there and light a romantic candle and make it different. This is who you are.
Well, and more than that, Ira, they don't have the personnel. I mean, Omer Yurtseven is not Al Horford. You can't. The way the Heat play defense, it's part of what makes them great, but it's also predicated on switching everything. You can't have Dwayne Dedmon consistently switched off and guarding Jason Tatum. You can't consistently have Omer Yurtseven switched off and guarding Jaylen Brown. That's not going to work. So for people who ask the question, that's why. And the flip of that is you can't. This is the problem in the modern NBA with trying to play two big men. You can have a guy who dribbles the ball, dribble around until he gets a bunch of screens and finds the matchup that he wants. You can't just dribble around until Omer Yurtseven is being guarded by Peyton Pritchard in the post. That's not how it works. And so and by the way, there were a couple times where I think Kyle Lowry was matched up onto Al Horford at one point. So the Heat are okay with that sort of thing, but there's a limit to it when you're talking about playing multiple big men. Okay, adjustments. What can they do, Ira? And this is probably going to stretch into the next segment, so we'll hit it after the break. Based on what you know about the Heat's injury situation, who's in, who's out, what are the adjustments that they can make? Is it a Duncan Robinson break in case of emergency type game? What adjustments that people are asking for can they not make? What do you see and how does this play out?
You adjust to your injury situation. So you can say, well, if Tyler's willing to push through, we're going to play Tyler, 6th Man of the Year award winner. You have to adjust and you have to get an early eye on him, whether it's in today's walkthrough, whether it's his pregame shooting when he's out there with the coaches, whether it's the start of the game. And you can't force him to be what he can't be. And if he has no explosion and he can't get back on defense, you have to pull him. So your adjustment there is that. The adjustment to that adjustment is going with more Victor Oladipo, who looked good. Hell, he made the first shot of the game 7 minutes into the game the other day.
That was insane.
That was crazy. That was crazy. So at least he was on a little bit. So that's an adjustment. You're going to have to adjust if Jimmy can't have the explosion. Well, when Jimmy was out during the season, you went more with the 3-point all or nothing approach. You might have to do that if anyone could draw and kick or play inside, outside with Bam Adebayo. So I think the adjustments right now are you adjust to your health. You adjust to the ambulatory. But I don't think that means bringing in an Omer Yurtseven. I don't think that means playing a Markieff Morris. I think that ship has sailed. You don't have a game for that. You can't say, hey, guys, those playbooks we gave you before the Hawks series, before the Sixers series, before this series, I want you to toss them. We got something new, and this is fantastic. You can't. We're at the end of May already. We started this whole Michigas back in October for our Yiddish speakers out there. Like, enough already right now. You've got to be who you are. So I think the adjustments are purely because of injury. You know who you are. I don't expect transparency, even with all the gambling, that if Jimmy has no explosion, there's no reason the Heat on the injury report have to say Jimmy Butler, questionable, no explosion. Tyler Hero, questionable. Can't really move both legs at the same time. I get it, but you will see it. Heat fan, you will see it, especially if you're at FTX Arena tonight and you have a chance to isolate off the ball. See what players are doing off the ball. Because if you feel something is off, whether it's Jimmy with the knee or Tyler with the groin, you will see them far less active where they're on the weak side of the court. And that, to me, is the difference. When Bam Adebayo had his great game on Saturday, he ran, according to the NBA's tracking, 3 miles in that game.
Crazy.
He was active the entire time. When you're hurting, you're not active. So if you're at FTX Arena or you have a good big screen that can notice stuff off the ball, I think what happens off the ball will give you real insight into what the Heat can do on the ball tonight.
Kelly says, as far as Bam goes and playing two bigs, well, yeah, if Bam's guarding around the perimeter, then you can't do that because then you have no rim protector. That's not a thing that's happening in this series. I don't remember more than a couple of instances where the Celtics have been wide open inside. That's not a thing that's not the problem in this series. There are so many other problems, and you can't just pick and choose a couple of possessions that played out a certain way and then throw away all the ones that played out really well defensively. The bottom line for the Heat, and Ira brought this up, if they're not scoring on one end of the floor, and Eric Spoelstra, who never talks about offensive problems ever, he said after Game 4, our offense let us down because it didn't allow us, and he didn't go this far, but it didn't allow them to get back and set their defense. Too many easy points for Boston. Right. That was the problem in Game 4. That there was just no energy. Not a matter of Bam not playing. It's not a matter of playing two bigs together. There's so many other issues that we've gotten to so far, and we'll get to as the show rolls on. Coming up, last segment. Is there a place at all for Duncan Robinson on this team in this series? That and more coming up next here on Inside the Paint.
This is the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint Show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. Check out Sloman's low-cost monitoring rates and how it could save you thousands on a security system at 1-800-ALARM-ME. That's 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Big O Radio Show is looking for partners to join our growing platform. If your business is ready to reach an audience that starts in Florida, crosses the nation while expanding internationally, this is the program that provides that vehicle. The Big O Radio Show is ready to broadcast live anywhere in the world to represent your event or product. To reach out by phone, 786-754-4664. That's 786-754-4664. Or email bigoradioshow@yahoo.com. Help us grow as we provide the content and personal connection corporate entities will never achieve. South Florida's premier law enforcement agency is now hiring individuals like you. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is now accepting applications for non-certified and certified police officer positions. Minimum requirements and qualifications can be found at flpdjobs.com. That's flpdjobs.com. Are you ready? The city of Fort Lauderdale is an equal opportunity employer.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your Inter Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or intermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where Inter Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
Oh, I think I know what this is. Houston, we have a package. Hello?
No matter where you are, the Sloman Shield home security system guards your home. With next-gen perimeter protection, 24/7 monitoring, and interior motion sensing. And right now, get a free Sloman Shield security system and doorbell camera, all professionally installed, for free.
Shield your world, the Sloman Shield.
The timeout is over. The Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint program with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro is back. Access and manage your devices from anywhere with the My Sloman's app. Protect your family by calling 1-800-ALARM-ME. Here's Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro.
Miami Sports Fanatics asks Ira. See what I did there? Tyler Hero, Gut, do you think he plays tonight?
Oh, that, you know what? I'm really waiting on my injury report for that because I just don't think he's going to have his explosiveness. I think Tyler Hero will be active tonight. There's no reason not to be, but I'll be very curious to see if he goes out there if they need to. A lot of times Eric Spoelstra has told us this is not a matter of the situation. Guys, if they can play, they can play. I don't necessarily buy that. I think Eric does weigh the situation. Up in a series, sit out a player. In a good rhythm, don't force a player in. So it might be if the Heat get off to a good start and are rolling and he doesn't have to play Tyler Hero, then he doesn't. If the Heat are down 18-1 and he had the option, which he didn't in Game 4 in Boston, to roll out Tyler Hero, he probably will. So I think the game ultimately will dictate if and the degree of Tyler Hero we see. And what I've gone back to in all of this, Clay, is this. The Heat approach from day one of the regular season and especially day one of the playoffs is they are in it to win a championship, not just to win this game, not just to win this series. Even now, I think there's somewhat of a long view in play. So if the Heat feel they can win this game without Tyler, save him for Game 6, maybe Game 7, maybe the NBA Finals, I still think there's more than just the moment in play. Eric Spoelstra will never say that because he wants his players focused in the moment. But organizationally, I think you have to step back just a little bit also. So to me, I think sort of time and place and situation could impact Tyler's decision as well tonight. I think they will do everything they can to have him active and then literally play it minute by minute from there.
And this is one of the rare cases where I think we genuinely disagree, and maybe it's just the nuance of the phrasing of it. I don't think it's a long game thing with Tyler Hero, and the reason why I'm saying that is because those are the exact words that Joe Varden used in his column with The Athletic yesterday, and it made me cringe.
Yes,
I think what it is, it's more that, and I think the Kyle Lowry situation is a perfect one. You have to determine if a player being on the floor at whatever percentage they are helps you win that game more than another player at 100%. And with Kyle Lowry, it was, hey, in the Philly series where you have craftier type players, smaller type players, it made more sense to play him at 100% than it did Kyle Lowry at whatever percentage he was. And then, oh, by the way, his hamstring probably did improve slightly, whatever it was from the Philly series and from when he wasn't playing in the Atlanta series. I think with the Tyler Hero situation, it's one of those where if you think he can give you enough and you watch him in shoot around and you watch him, because I'm sure he training staff is really smart. They're going to put him through the paces. They're going to put him in situations where he's going to have to make that decision that you mentioned earlier on in the show, where he chooses the pull up over the drive to the bucket. And I think that's going to determine whether or not and how much. Now, I do think if they start to fall behind, then maybe Spo says, all right, we need a spark. So Tyler at 40%, whatever it is, it's better than us getting nothing right now. Like, we need to have something. So not to get the last word on this, but I do want to move on. That's kind of where my take is on that.
And one thing I'll demand.
And Ira won't let me get the last word.
And the one thing I would say is what might be fascinating is if they even try Victor Oladipo off the bench first ahead of Tyler. That could tell you something.
And this is where I was going next, because the continuation of that question was, do you see any scenario where because of his defense, Victor Oladipo starts in place of Max Strus? I don't see that, because I think the way this Heat starting lineup is constructed, first off, Strus is good enough defensively. He's not a good or great. I would put him at slightly above average. He's been fine. His defense hasn't been the problem. You need the spacing. And for all that Victor Oladipo does well, standing there and shooting 3-point shots, even though he made the first one, standing there and shooting 3-point shots is not his forte. It never has been, and it's not going to be unless
Victor
he decides
Oladipo,
to change his.
I agree. Right.
So anyway, that's kind of where I'm at on that. Other adjustments that the Heat could potentially make, and I want to get into this chatter with Duncan Robinson. There's not a place for him in this series, Ira. And maybe if you fall behind by a ton, and maybe you disagree with me on this, but all I needed to see in Game 4 was him miss a couple of shots, but more importantly, the foul on Jason Tatum shooting a three-pointer. It was a gut punch. And Ira, I'm sorry, but how many times do we have to see poor decisions defensively from Duncan Robinson? I'm sorry. You can say what you want about the try hard, the lack of ability, the lack of lateral. It's the poor decisions, fouling three-point shooters, fouling guys underneath the basket, weak fouls to give them a three-point play. It's that kind of stuff that there is no place for in this series. And look, Ira, it's almost to the point where I don't even care if he's hitting three-point shots. What he takes away on the defensive end of the floor, when you combine the lack of ability to guard, but also the poor decision-making, there's no place for him in this series. And I think it's going to have to be a long summer of figuring out what he can be on the defensive end of the floor to make him playable when it gets to these moment of truths defensively?
Two things. I mean, first of all, I always say lack of ability creates and leads to instability. So a foul like you saw on Jaylen Brown or other plays is because you can't be in the right place, right time and place, you wind up having to try to compensate by doing something wrong. It's the equivalency of an offensive lineman in the NFL getting his butt beat and reaching out and holding someone because that's their only option because they don't have the foot speed. They don't have the strength in that situation to do it. We're seeing that with Duncan. Just posted an interesting story at sunsentinel.com on Duncan Robinson. That 5-year, $90 million contract he signed really isn't $90 million. He has about $10 million in incentives or guarantees to make. One of them, a very interesting clause was, if the Heat at any point in that contract win a championship, he can get his final $10 million guaranteed. Well, he could ride the coattails this year. So the Heat covered themselves and said, he also has to appear at least in 70 regular season games that season, average at least 25 minutes that season, appear in 3/4 of his team's games in the postseason, and average 25 minutes in the postseason. He's below the games appeared now. He's way below the threshold of minutes played. He's averaging about 11 plus or so. So I think the Heat were smart in that respect because even they realized Duncan might be part of a championship team, but he might not be the reason they are a championship team. And we're seeing that all play out right now. And it's a matter of he's more of a specialist. You know what, Clayton, it's interesting because you and I, from when we started doing our Sloman's Inside the Paint, show way back when, even before our good friends at Sloman's Home Security signed on, we talked about this Duncan contract and how it's so different because previously when the Heat had one-dimensional shooters, going back to Jason Capono, going back even more recently to James Jones, they reached a point where they realized they couldn't play them starters minutes or even rotation minutes because the defense would catch up to them. And that's what made the contract of Duncan so interesting in the first place. Didn't they realize this point was coming? And maybe it's just because they finally got Max Strus, they realized there's a better option. It's going to be interesting. And I think that he could package the number 27 first-round draft choice. I think that he could put another sweetener with Duncan to move him, because that'll be the way of getting rid of them. So we always talk about players. Are they good enough to be traded on their own as a value to another team, or does there have to be a sweetener? And, of course, the ultimate this season was Russell Westbrook with the Lakers, where you realize if you want to get rid of that horrific contract, you have to attach a first-round pick or something else. I think that could be Duncan also. So I'm curious. I'm curious the level of the sweetener that the Heat go to move on from Duncan. I think that's going to be really interesting. I agree.
I agree, and hopefully we're not talking strictly about off-season moves the next time we meet here next Wednesday. Hopefully we're still talking about games. But I keep going back to this. I can deal with missing shots. I can deal with, the lack of ability. And I do think you're right that some of the fouls are because you're not there quickly enough. But, man, the Jason Tatum three-pointer foul to me, that was where I was like, that's it. Like, you can't do it anymore because there's going to come a point, and I'm going to switch gears back to a comment that we just got from Miami Sports Fanatics. There comes a point where you're like, we can't afford that. You're almost lucky that happened in a game that you were going to lose regardless. But if you get to a game, and I do think you're as crazy as this sounds, because I felt this way for each of the last two games, I think we're going to get to the point now with this series where it's going to be possession for possession. It's not going to be a blowout. That can't happen. It can't happen in the second quarter. It can't happen at the end of the first quarter, and it certainly can't happen in the fourth quarter. You can't allow that to change a game. Now, Miami Sports Fanatics brings up a comment about the officiating, and we talked about that a lot earlier in the program, but I want to talk specifically about his comment about Game 4. He says he felt like it took away the physicality from the Heat in Game 4. I think it did in Game 3. And that's the game where, and I was actually listening to Ruth Riley Hunter and Jason Jackson. I've never once heard Ruth Riley Hunter talk about officiating. I mean, I love listening to her analysis. She's so good and she's so on point. And you can hear it's kind of a player's perspective where it's like,
sure,
you got to play through officiating. It was the first time I ever heard her talk about officiating and how uneven it was and how bad it was. And it was a lot of comments about it because it was terrible. I think it took away their physicality in that game. Maybe in Game 4, had they been able to score enough early on to set their defense on the other end, maybe we could be having that conversation. And again, the officiating was bad, but it has not caused a team to lose a game so far. In Game 5 tonight, you can't let the fear of bad officiating affect your physicality. And this gets to your point. You have to go out there and be you. You have to be physical. And hopefully on the offensive end of the floor, you're getting more buckets. Hopefully it's one of those things where, hey, role players play better at home. You have a big Max Strus game. Gabe Vincent steps up and hits a couple of shots off the bench like he did in game one. But you can't let the concern of bad officiating seep in and take away from your physicality, because if you do that, you've already lost. And I do think maybe that fear was part of the reason why game 4 was so bad, not the reason why they lost, but you can't let that impact you the rest of the series.
Yeah, and you got to move on that. And if you're going in with that in your head, and I don't think that was the case in game 4, you're in trouble anyway. You go out and you play the game. The NBA, I mean, look, these are the best officials the NBA have left. They pair the staff at the start of the playoffs. They cut after the first round. They cut after the second round. So if you're complaining about these officials, these are still who the NBA believe are the best. And again, I go back to my comment of, if a team has 9 or fewer turnovers, under 10 turnovers, you're saying great game, there will be 9 mistakes by the officiating crew. There just will be. That's a good game. That's just what happens. In an NBA game, teams commit turnovers, errors. Team miss free throws, mistakes. Things happen. They happen with the officials also. You just don't want it to get egregious, but you have to be the team that's the instigator. You have to be the team that plays with force, that gets you to the foul line. I agree. And you also have to be smart and avoid foul trouble, because we've learned in this series there are irreplaceable players. Bam gets in foul trouble, you're in trouble. There's no easy answer. PJ Tucker gets in foul trouble to a degree with his defense, you're in trouble. There is no easy answer there. Same thing with Jimmy Butler. You also have to play smart. You want to be aggressive, but you don't want to be stupid aggressive.
Yeah, and to that point, somebody asks, Lenny asks about playing Markieff Morris instead of PJ Tucker.
Again, 102 games into this, you are who you are. PJ Tucker, when he missed Markieff Morris, when he missed the 58 games, that ship has sailed. This is who you are. There is no going to the laboratory. When you're going into the laboratory at the end of May, you're in deep, whatever you want to call it.
Well, and I think his question is about being thin up front, and I think probably the assumption, and not to put words in your mouth, that PJ being shorter than Markieff Morris, maybe you have to get taller. That's not the issue with this series. It's not like guys are just shooting over PJ Tucker. What PJ Tucker brings you in the ability to switch off, guard Jason Tatum, switch off onto Jaylen Brown, and you're fine with that. Switch off onto Al Horford, and you're fine with that. Guys aren't shooting over him. That's not the problem. There are plenty of other issues that this team is going through that are far bigger than that. So, Ira, I know we don't really have a feel for this, but do you have – is a prediction even worth asking you about for tonight? How do you see tonight playing out based on what you know?
Based on what I know, the second half of the season, based on what I've seen to this point, the Boston Celtics are the better basketball team than the Miami Heat. They have more talent on their roster. They have a defensive system that was number 1 in the NBA and has shown it. So again, I think it's going to have to be, if the Heat not overachieving, the Heat overcoming. The Heat, to win any game in this series, has to be a better version of themselves than the Celtics do, because the Celtics have Jason Tatum and Jaylen Brown. The Miami Heat have Jimmy Butler. So unless Kyle Lowry gets one of those 20-point fourth quarters, or someone steps up and Tyler Hero makes his breakthrough, it simply will be harder for the Heat. So for the Heat to win tonight and to win the series, they have to play the better team game. Boston has a little bit more leeway, and that's what we saw in game 3 and game 4, and that's what we've seen in Boston's victories. Still comes out to the injury report. Does Marcus Smart play? Does Robert Williams play? Does Tyler Hero play? We have to wait to see how that plays out as well.
Is this a must-win? If the Heat lose tonight, is it over?
It just isn't, because both teams have shown they can win on the other team's court. It'll put a hell of a lot of pressure on you. The Heat have not played in an elimination game with this roster yet. They didn't have to play an elimination game to get the number 1 seed. That was decided before the final game of the regular season. They had the luxury of sitting out Jimmy Butler and Kyle Lowry in game 5 against Atlanta. No pressure there. They went into Philadelphia, never forced that game 7. So yeah, it's must win as far as you don't want to have to play an elimination game. Elimination games are awful. We know that. We know even what it was like for the Panthers being down 3-0. So it's a must win, because you spent all year saying, we're playing number 1 for number 1, whether we get the Nets in the first round, whether we get a harder first round series. This is what we're doing. This is why you played 82 of these 102 games to wind up with home court, to say to yourself, at worst, we give ourselves 2 chances to close it out. So this is a huge game for the Heat. I wouldn't say must win, but I'd say huge with a bunch of U's in the middle of that word. That's the way I'd say it.
Guys, thanks so much. Enjoy the game tonight. Again, hopefully we're talking more basketball and not off-season moves coming up on our next Inside the Paint show. It's been fun. Thanks as always for making this great. The Big O Show rolls on next right here. Thanks again.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro. With Sloman's properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. Sloman's Home Security Inside the Paint show is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button.
Great. You have a doorbell camera. Now you have a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
They're breaking into my house!
Ooh, there goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No, not the TV!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Sloman's, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, free doorbell camera, one that'll actually work for you.
Get out of my house! Get out of the house!
Call 1-800-ALARM-ME.
Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646. The viewpoint, statements, or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Caneswear. Go to Caneswear.com, where all orders over $99 get free shipping. Sloman's Total Home Security. Protect your home with the best in the business. 1-800-ALARM-ME for the company serving America for nearly 100 years. 1-800-ALARM-ME. Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com. Licensed roofing contractor. 100% financing is available. Go to Tommy B. Butts Junior Enterprises.com.
When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Good morning. We're back. We thank the boys. Great job. Great hour of hardcore basketball talk. Only place you get it is right here every week with our Inside the Paint show, our Sloman's Inside the Paint show. By the way, I'm looking forward. I see you got Essential Moving experts there, Sean. Looking forward to meeting Sean Williams, Sean Stanley. You'll meet Sean Williams from Essential Moving experts in a couple of weeks when we're up in Daytona. That's their home. And by the way, you can get $150 off if you're moving your office, if you're moving your home, if you're moving from a county to county, city to city, state to state. I don't care. Essential Moving experts. Call them 844-368-5750. Tell them that we sent you. They will take care of you. They're Dolphin fans. Sean is a huge Dolphins fan. As you can see, he uses Dolphin colors for his biz. You go on the website at essentialmovingexperts.com and you'll see that there too. So we welcome Sean Williams and the great people at essentialmovingexperts.com aboard. Remember, you mentioned me, you get $150 off. And by the way, flat rates, like no surprise charges and stuff like that. So you'll really like Essential Moving Experts. Moving was never so easy. All right. So welcome, and big sponsors of our show. So we appreciate it as always. Let's see what else. We got a lot of things to talk about today on the show. We got the Celtics and the Heat tonight. You heard the boys talk for about an hour there. We're going to have Ian Rappaport here in a minute. He should be joining us. any second now. He should be joining us, and we should have some fun with Mr. Rappaport, and hopefully we'll get him on, and we'll talk. We'll take our look around the NFL, as they say, which is what we're looking forward to. And there's we got a bunch of things to talk about actually with Ian. You know what I mean? So we good with Ian. So looking forward to that at 10:10, and hopefully we'll go around the NFL with him. The Dolphins are practicing. They're having their off season. Let me tell you something, because yesterday Reason was like, he was like wondering why there was this post and somebody was breaking down something about Teddy Bridgewater, and apparently, I don't know, it was a couple passes that weren't that good or whatever. And it's like, we're in May. And if you're so worried and you're going to be detailing every pass in May, when guys are getting together and they're getting the timing together and all that kind of stuff, some of you really need to get laid. Seriously, if you've got to delve in to May football and try to break down May football where there's no real blocking, no tackling, there's not real rush or anything like that. Okay, there's no real desperation. You know what I'm saying? And then the other thing, it's Teddy Bridgewater. Like, the problem we have here sometimes is, and this happens in all fan bases, the some of you aren't really into reality. Some of you idiots actually think Teddy Bridgewater was brought in for competition. Some of you idiots actually think Teddy Bridgewater's a starter in the NFL. Some of you actually think he's going to end up being the starter here, you know? So there's so much cloud and crap that is clogging everything up here when it comes to all of this, right? Because there's a bunch of you that can't wait for Tua to fail. You know what I mean? And so now you're dissecting something that you probably were wrong in the first place, thinking, first of all, any of you that ever even look at Teddy Bridgewater as a legit starter in the NFL, it already shows that you really don't know anything about football. Okay? If you have Teddy Bridgewater starting on your team's going nowhere. It's automatic. It's just the way it is. He's not a good quarterback. Never has been. Never will be. The good Lord did not bless him with the ability he needs to succeed. The mind, yes. The ability, no. And that's something that's just get over it already. And whether it's that, or people writing or talking heads on television and probably local radio too, and then they want to use the whole Tua thing, and they're only using the Tua thing because they don't believe in Tua. So they want to throw that out there to, create more doubt, more FUD, more fear, uncertainty, and doubt. And why? Because they're just negative Tua people. And so this is their way of doing it. You know what I mean? But here's my point to all of this. There is no pressure now in May. There's nothing right now happening in May that's going to decide anything in September, October, November, December, and January. And early February when the Dolphins are in Arizona winning the Super Bowl. So none of this matters in the big picture. It doesn't dictate what's going to happen. These are just practices. Tua's the starter. Bridgewater will be a terrific backup. His mind is great to have there as a backup for Tua and extra eyes to see something that Tua may not see with his experience. That's it. Tua's the man. He will be the man. He'll be fine. Teddy will be terrific in the role that he's in. He's in a role that he's supposed to be in, and he can excel in, the backup quarterback. That's what he is. Don't look into it any more than that. But I get it. Some of you out there, you need to try to justify your disbelief in Tua, your doubts in Tua, right? Because a lot of you already have made that commitment. So some of you are wondering, well, Teddy will justify my whole thing about Tua. And that's not going to happen. And then Tua will end up having success. And those of you that You're trying to throw the narrative out there. Oh, there's all this pressure on Tua. And it's really not that. It's just that you want him to fail. So it kind of justifies your prediction that you thought he was going to fail, right? But that's all right. When Tua succeeds, I will have a blast slamming all of you idiots that said he wasn't the quarterback. That's all. It's pretty simple. And I'm taking names and I'm calling you all out. So be prepared to be thoroughly embarrassed because I'm going to do it. So that's fine. But that's all this is. People looking into all this crap and reading too much into a Teddy Bridgewater pass or creating some kind of narrative out there for Tua to just build up pressure and all that. There's pressure on all 32 quarterbacks, dude. Justin Fields has a ton of pressure because he wants to be the starter, and maybe he didn't get the proper opportunity last year. Trey Lance is hoping that Jimmy Garoppolo is traded so he can play and justify it. Garoppolo has pressure because nobody's believing in him. They aren't lining up to trade for him. There's pressure everywhere, man. Every quarterback has pressure. Aaron Rodgers has pressure. He's only got one championship throughout his entire tenure, and he's considered one of the greatest ever, right? And if you're a GOAT, you want more. Russell Wilson got traded to Denver. Now he's got to justify that trade. And how do you do that? By winning a Super Bowl. Everyone has pressure. To try to create this thing like it's one person that has more pressure than another, that's bullcrap, dude. Deshaun Watson's been away from football for a couple of years now. He's got pressure. Everybody lives with pressure, okay? In every league and every player, there is a level of pressure. So to try to create that there's more for one player or another, sure, you can say there's maybe a little bit more for one or another, but either way, they all are in the same boat, man. So it's just something that people want to create to try to justify their own arguments. All right, let's get into a little more NFL talk. Let's bounce around the NFL. Ian Rappaport is ready where our Sloman's look around the NFL.
Football fans, it's time to look around the NFL. It's the Sloman's Home Security NFL Insider Zone with NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. In the NFL, you need a great offensive line for protection. In life, call 1-800-ALARM-ME to protect your home with the best in the business. Sloman's has been serving customers for nearly 100 years. No one protects your family like Sloman's Home Security. Now, let's find out the latest in the NFL with one of the best reporters in the business, Ian Rappaport.
All right, we ready to rock? Good morning, Ian. How you doing, my friend?
What's up, man? How are you? Just landed from Atlanta where I was at the league meetings. All is well. I'm ready to roll.
All right, so let's go with the hot and heavy one. When does this investigation end? When do we find out what kind of suspension? We've got accusers talking out there, insulted with the contract. We've got gambling lines that want to know if he's going to play, when he's going to play, if there's a suspension. I'm sure the Browns want to know. I'm sure Deshaun Watson wants to know. I'm sure Browns fans want to know. So, inquiring minds want to know, Ian Rappaport, what is happening?
So a couple of things. First of all, I would say the investigation is coming to a close. Basically what's going to happen now, the NFL officials talked to Deshaun Watson last week for several days in Houston. My understanding was he was cooperative. He's been cooperative the whole time. For whatever that's worth, maybe nothing. He answered questions, and now they're going to go back and kind of go through his questions, check on everything, make sure the veracity of everything, go and look at what he said. And then basically at that point, the investigation, unless there's, anything new that arises, the investigation will be closed. So that means the evidence and everything that has been collected will then be turned over to a third-party judiciary figure. It used to be Roger Goodell, and then, the player could appeal, and then a third party arbitrator would get installed. It's actually kind of the reverse now. So what it is a third party person jointly appointed by the NFL and the NFLPA makes a decision, and then both sides can appeal. And then, in the end, I believe it's Roger Goodell making the decision, but that's kind of where we are now. I would expect a resolution, well before training camp, hopefully soon, so everybody will know what's going on.
Are you expecting a suspension?
I don't really know because nobody really knows. I mean, and there's so much on both sides. You have all the accusations, and you mentioned two of the accusers coming out again publicly. I know they've spoken a couple of times publicly, but coming out again on HBO. And then you have obviously the allegations. You have what Watson and his lawyers have said about him. You have the fact that two grand juries did not indict. You have some of the material that's come out of his own depositions. You have a lot there. I mean, I don't know which way it's going to go. If it's 6 games is essentially the baseline suspension for something like this, I guess, for, violations of personal conduct policy that are serious in nature. We'll see if that's what it ends up being. But this is going to be one of those things where everyone's sort of going to have an opinion, but no one's actually going to know until it, is officially announced and comes out.
Pro Bowl. Interesting. They're trying to look to see how to revamp it.
Yeah.
And it's the right thing to do. The game is unwatchable. I haven't watched the game myself in years, to be quite honest with you. It's just, and we're going to travel this year if it's there in Vegas again. Our show's going to go out that week because we're going to have the East West Shrine and all that kind of stuff out there. So we're going to be out there quite a bit. But I'm going to go out there more for interviews and information, all that, not really for the game itself. You know what I mean? So Here's what I'm thinking, man. I'm old, man. I was 55. The Superstars
wasn't going to say that, but
But the Superstars competition when I was a kid, that shit was fun, bro. That might be the way you put these players in that kind of a light, whether it's a track competition, whether it's a lifting competition, whatever the hell it is, man. All kinds of the throwing competition. I remember that thing was really cool. You could do all those kind of things, skills stuff, have some fun with it, put them in a different light at the same time. Hey, let's not play football out in the beach, so we don't lose Robert Edwards, obviously. But, something like what we had with the Superstars, I think that would put them in a different kind of light. And it's still competitive. It's still impressive because you can have that 40-yard race where, we're already talking about it here in Miami where, Mostert and Tyreek and Waddle, all these guys to race each other. They're talking about it. Well, why don't we have it, man? When Darryl Green and company used to do it back when I was young. So let's get back to something fun like that. And Vegas is a great place to kind of hold those kind of events.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is some thought about going to some sort of a skills-based something. They do have kind of a skills challenge. They have different sorts of games. They have dodgeball. So I think that stuff probably stays, and it seems like that stuff's been very popular. My guess now, without really knowing, and I know they haven't decided, is some sort of I think they'd like to have a game, some sort of game. So my guess is a flag football game, like a 7-on-7 style game where you get to see how good the quarterbacks are and see how good the receivers are and, watch the running backs flash some speed and, really appreciate the NFL nature of some of these guys, but also have a game that's actually watchable. My question would be what happens to the linemen? What do they do? Eating competition, chugging, grilling competition. There's a lot that could
those canoes in the pool. I mean, whatever, dude.
Canoes in the pool. You could have them jump on floats and so you can stay on. I mean, there's all sorts of nonsense you could do, and I would watch all of it. But it does seem like the game is probably not going to happen as it has been.
Dude, listen, traditional football fans aren't happy with the game itself. Okay? Yeah. The one that's played on Sunday. Oh, it's been wussified, this, that. We've got all of that going on as it is. So imagine you water it down even more Pro Bowl style. Of course they're not going to want it, man. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm glad. Do something. Have fun with it. Put them in a different light. And I'm like you. I'd eat it all up. I'd watch every bit of all that silliness because that's how you want to see them. You want to see them doing silly stuff that we could do and see how athletes would handle all of that kind of stuff. I think that would be a lot of fun, man. All right. Dude, what happens in San Francisco? Because I find it a weird dynamic because Trey Lance hasn't played enough to convince you whether he's the guy or not. And you could tell me all you want behind the scenes and all that, but it's still not game-like conditions. So you really don't know about the kid. I think, listen, here in Miami, I think we're all cheerleading and hoping that they trade Garoppolo because they own the first-round pick. So we're I think down here in South Florida, we're cheering, going, yeah, trade Garoppolo. Trey Lance is not going to win the same amount of games as Garoppolo. So I'm just wondering, what do you hear in San Francisco? Do they have the guts to trade away Garoppolo? And do they really believe that Trey Lance is ready to take over? Or is there a risk that if he does get in there, there's a big step back for the San Francisco 49ers, who have a Super Bowl caliber-like team?
Yeah, I mean, there is always a risk. And, when you have these young quarterbacks, there's a learning curve. Trey Lance has barely played. So, you make these trades. You trade 2 first-rounders, swap more first-rounders. You go up from 13 to 3 for the next 10 or 15 years, not for 1 year, right? So if they take a step back this year, but, have a better, years 2 to 10, that's okay. It is a risk, though. We've not seen him play, and didn't seem last year like he was really pushing to play at all. They do have the guts to trade Garoppolo. I don't know if they're going to do it, because I don't know where the market's going to be. The only real team they could trade him to as of right now is the Carolina Panthers, who, have been focused on Baker. And Garoppolo is easier because his contract is, let's say, much more flexible because it's not guaranteed. Baker's contract is guaranteed. The Panthers have had discussions about that, but they couldn't come to a resolution. The health is the issue with Garoppolo. I mean, he
always
won't
has been.
throw till June at best. So if that's the case, when do you go, okay, we are comfortable trading for this starting quarterback because we've seen him do enough. We have no concerns about his arm. It's probably not in June. Is that in July? Is it August? What if there's a setback? I mean, there's all sorts of issues here that need to be solved. So yes, they have the guts to trade him, but it's just still a lot of hoops to jump through to make it happen.
I know Aaron Rodgers is here and Garoppolo's down here, so it's a difference. But like Green Bay probably said, yeah, no, we've seen enough of our guy, Jordan. Yeah, we're going to stay with Aaron. And then on the flip side, you wonder what's gone on behind the scenes, that they're comfortable enough with Trey Lance. And the other thing I think also with San Francisco is their philosophy. Because they're so run-oriented, they kind of feel you can bring a quarterback maybe along a little slower than you could in an offense that requires the quarterback to be more of a passer in that offense, right? With San Fran, you're expected to run the ball. You're expected to punch people in the mouth a lot.
Yeah, but I mean, they would like to have, they would like to be dynamic both ways. I mean, one thing that Kyle Shanahan likes to do is keep a defense off balance. And, if you have a pinpoint passer, someone who can really stretch the field vertically or horizontally, that would help. There have been times last year, they were eliminated at quarterback, in part because of the injuries for Garoppolo, whether it was shoulder or whether it was his thumb. Remember, he had a torn ligament in his thumb, essentially. So there were a lot of issues last year anyway, but it still was Garoppolo leading to the playoffs, making key throws. He had some moments last year where you're like, this guy really is, a franchise guy. And then you had other moments where you're like, I could see why they have Trey Lance. look, if Jimmy Garoppolo goes to training camp, there is always the possibility he plays better than Trey Lance. And then what do? Do they say, you know what? Wanted to trade him. Got to do what's best for our team right now. Got to try to win. Got to not trade him. Deal with it after the year. That's a possibility. And then it gets complicated. Because what if he continues to play well?
Yeah, the good thing for them is that it maybe if this shoulder thing, once it heals and now you're getting into training camp, some team may have a setback with one quarterback, and then now they're desperate. And that's probably what San Fran can pounce on and take advantage of and say, okay, hey, now we have Jimmy. We can move him to this team. They desperately need a quarterback. And so that also could be the break for them, that once training camp starts, unfortunately, there are injuries and, people do lose players, man, in the process. All right, so the Combine will stay in Indy for 2 more years. That's a good thing, obviously, and I think it's such a smart place because it's centralized. But I get it, my brother. Money is money. Now, is this going to be something that's going to be up for bid year to year after the next 2 years? The other one was, is there any chance that it moves around, but it moves around for a couple of years per city, where it stays somewhere for 2 or 3 years, then it moves again for 2 or 3 years or something, instead of year to year? So there is some kind of continuity for a short window. How will the NFL handle it after the 2 years are done?
I mean, that is a possibility of moving it from city to city, a couple of years in one city, a couple of years in another city, kind of like the draft has done sometimes. I think the NFL would like some stability there. The thing is, like, if it's not in Indy, where's it going to go? It didn't seem like LA. Dallas is a possibility, but maybe and could they handle it medically? Maybe. Roger Goodell talked about now the focus is on making the medical situation better for the players, just making it more efficient. So maybe that's something that Dallas could help with. But they're still building, and they're not.
Are they centralized there? Are they centralized there in Dallas?
When they are done building, I think there's going to be, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there's going to be a hospital next to it that would help. So Dallas would be the place. I think it's just not there yet. And here's the thing, like, they kind of put it up for bid a little bit, and it maybe didn't generate the interest that some people thought. It's just a strange, different event. I love it. And Indy's
we don't have enough of a fan crossover. That's the thing, dude. You and I love it because we have access, and we get to do a lot of stuff during that week that fans don't have any access. All these other events, they have to find a way to make it more fan friendly. In other words, I don't know how they do that, because remember, they brought in fans in the stadium, but that was just kind of a weird experiment in a way. So I don't know how you make that more of a fan-friendly event.
Well, and it's so good on TV. I mean, I'm biased because we do it on NFL Network, but it is. Right. I think we do a great job.
Yeah,
it's so good on TV that, like, there is something to be said for, like, just great to watch on TV. I mean, I'm there live, and I still end up watching a lot of it on TV because it's so great. So I don't know. I think 2 years. Let Dallas do some building, figure it out. I'm happy it's back in Indy. I think that's a good thing for everyone.
Yeah, the good thing about the Dallas one, it is kind of centralized still to a certain extent, and better weather. So that's
better weather. Yes.
Yeah, better weather.
Walking around from restaurant to restaurant, better weather.
Yeah, that's the only thing. But man, Indy does a great job. Always has. I've gone for 20 years, and man, they have always done a fantastic job. I'm finally looking forward to going back, bro. I haven't been the last couple of years because of COVID. So we're gonna.
You haven't missed anything. It's still the same, but it's great.
Yeah. The show will hit the road this year. Now we'll get back on track since we're locked and loaded now. All right, one more thing before I let you go. I got to ask you, Dolphins still have a bunch of money under the cap still. They still have some flexibility. JC Tretter's still hanging out, enjoying his vacation. So what do we hear? What do we know? Is there any other names that are being tied to the Dolphins? Because we just got the Melvin Ingram edition. I almost feel like Chris does a terrific job, and I'm talking about Greer, of trying to find things at his price, not necessarily in a hurry to get to everybody else's price.
Yeah, and this is a time when you can be patient. I haven't heard, many names connected to the Dolphins, and I think there's some conversations going on, but I think teams would like to see their rookies. They'd like to see what they have. They'd like to see their free agents. This is the time to do it. What sometimes happens before minicamp is, you say like, all right, well, this guy's does not look like he's ready. This, third rounder or whatever who we drafted doesn't look like he's ready. So we got to go get a veteran, spend $2 million, whatever it is. So I think that evaluation process is happening now. I haven't sensed anything imminent. Maybe we get one more signing, something like that before the summer's out. But I think this is the time to evaluate what you got in your roster. And then, maybe if it gets real dire in training camp, then you see some veteran moves.
Follow them on Rap Sheet. By the way, folks, don't forget the first 40 Big O listeners right now, 1-800-ALARM-ME. You'll get a free doorbell camera. 1-800-ALARM-ME. What are you working on there in the NFL Network so folks can check you out, my man?
Still kind of recapping the meetings from the last couple of days, and we'll see if we get a little bit of news over the next couple of days, something to keep us interested. There's always some things lurking.
Brewing, huh? Something's brewing.
Always some things brewing. We'll see what we can come up with.
Follow him on Twitter at Rap Sheet, like I and many others do, and you can catch him every week here with our Sloman's look around the NFL. Ian, as always, thank you, my friend. Appreciate you. We'll catch up next week.
Sounds good, man. Look forward to it.
You got it. There you go. The great Ian Rappaport, kind enough to join us here every single week exclusively right here on our program. Can't catch him anywhere else in South Florida. That's for damn sure. And then you get him everywhere else in the world. So there you go. Appreciate that. That is our look around the NFL.
You've been listening to the Sloman's Home Security NFL Insider Zone with NFL Network's Ian Rappaport. With Sloman's properly securing your home, it's never been easier and more affordable. See how little it costs to secure your home at 1-800-ALARM-ME. The Sloman's Home Security NFL Insider Zone with Ian Rappaport is mastered by executive producer Sean Stanley. Please search and subscribe to Big O Radio Show on most platforms and smash the like button.
All right, baby. Yes, sir. We are rocking and rolling. Don't forget, certified police officers. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department is hiring. FLPDjobs.com. That's FLPDjobs.com. Good morning, all out there. Hope you all are doing well. Please smash the like button. And don't forget, we have the link on our page there, but go to Big O Show Cuts on YouTube and please subscribe. We've got over 12,600 subscribers here. We need to get over 1,000 over there quickly. So please help us get over 1,000 quickly over there. Plus, that's a new YouTube page for us. We can't put everything on this page. So there's going to be extra cuts and rants and some other interviews. We'll go there on the cuts page. So you can have a second page. Just kind of, it's one of these things that you live and learn as you're doing this business. Plus, it'll give us a second camera for live and coverage and things that we're going to be doing down the line. So there's a method behind the madness to all of this. So please help us because we got to get to 1,000 so we can broadcast live from it also. It could have alternate programming on there too. So all kinds of stuff could be happening there on that channel. So please, Big O Show Cuts, search for it on YouTube there. And please subscribe. The video of ESPN and the hallway for the University of Miami is there, actually. So, certain things will be there that aren't going to be here. So that way, there's a reason why you want to have it, just in case you might see cuts there you won't see anywhere else. And, you just can't load everything here. So it is what it is. What else do we have here? What else do we have? What are you guys talking? All right. Big O Show, I have a question for Rappaport. Is hearing things in regard to the Miami Dolphins. I asked about that. What else? All right. Oh, you guys got a lot of politics stuff going on here. All right. So I'm just going to close out the chat board. I'm not even going to look at the chat board then. There's a whole bunch of bullshit on the chat board. I'm not doing that. All right. I'll just do the talk show, and I won't worry about the chat board at all today. All right. Anyway, so let's talk a little sports. Heat and Celtics tonight. Celtics are favored by 1.5. The over and under is 204. Celtics minus 125 on the money line, plus 105. And by the way, Sean, I shut down the chat board. So unless there's a super chat, tell me about it so I don't forget the super chat, but I'm not going to bother with the chat board if all it is just political stuff there. That's, not what it's for. You know what I mean? You get a comment in or whatever, but if it's going to dominate, I don't want anything to do with the chat board. So if a super chat comes in, tell me, because I don't have it up. I'm not even looking at it. Anyway, we got PJ dealing with the knee, Strus with the right hammy, Gabe with the left hammy, and Jimmy Butler also obviously dragging a leg too. It's you just wonder why they even played the other night, to be quite honest. But they must have thought they could steal it away, and we'll see. I don't know how much healthier they're going to be today. That's my problem with all of this. And that's where it kind of gets a little bothersome, that it's just one of those deals that, I don't know how much we're going to get out of Jimmy. And you can't count on Bam Adebayo. You know what I mean? And it was great. I saw Ira and all that disagree with me, and that's fantastic. I got no problem with that. But, in my eyes, the Bam Adebayo deal is a bad deal. Can't give a guy a max deal if you can't count on him to be a horse for you. And, if he is so dependent on everybody else, then, that's just, it sucks. And if Tyler Hero's too hurt to help, and he wasn't really making that much of an impact even before, so I don't know what to get. I don't know how to read tonight. I don't know. Do these people shoot themselves up all over the place and don't feel it and go balls out tonight and try to, I have no idea how to read what's going on right now. Because it's only 48 hours, maybe 36 really, of rest. And how much better can Jimmy Butler or PJ be at this point? And you really need Jimmy Butler to kind of lead this team. You know what I'm saying? So it's just one of those deals where it was just, I have no feel for this one. Don't know what the hell we're going to get. I just hope we get one hell of an effort from them, and hopefully they can somehow find a way to win. But this is a game I kind of feel that Gabe Vincent has to have a big game, and Caleb Martin has to have a big game. And, it would be nice if Bam could actually show up. And it's almost like a lot of the role players are going to have to support Jimmy and PJ in this game. I can't count on Tyler because a groin injury is so bad that it's hard to ask Tyler to be himself. If he really has a groin injury, you can't. He's out. He's done. There's no way he can be himself. So all these other cats, they better get it going, dude. They better find a way to, do something. Because if they don't, it's really going to hurt. It's going to set this team back in a big-time way. Oh, by the way, if you want to get in on the Welton Rayom text line, that's a good way I can read your questions too there. So I don't have to search for through all the crap in the chat board. On the Welton Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. I'm going to have some good news for you on that front. Okay? But I don't want to. I'm going to wait. I'll wait. But I've got some interesting stories for you with Welton Rayom. that you're going to like. But yeah, so and you may want to use that law office. Bankruptcy, homeowner, property damage, condo damage, criminal defense, business owner claims, commercial litigation, personal injury. Call my boys. Freaking pit bulls. Okay. But anyway, if you want to get in on the Welton Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. That's a good way to get out of the clutter of the chat board at this point in time. If you want to reach me and actually ask a sports question, we can get into that on the program. 855-912-1056. That's 855-912-1056. Omar Kelly will join us also at 11:30. So we'll talk all things Miami Dolphins with Omar Kelly. Last night, Mavs defeated the Warriors 119-109, just the way I thought it would happen on the liquor split matchup of the night. I got on a good roll for the liquor split matchup of the night for a couple of games, and now I got back off of it with, again, no feel for what's going on. Oh man, that was bad. But nice performance by the Mavs. Oh, by the way, Bam Adebayo. Hey, Bam. Luka Doncic, who can't even move as quick as you can. He had 30 points. I'm not asking you for 30 points because you can't do that every night. You can't do 20 points every night, so that's fine. Whatever. 14 rebounds. You should have. Have you had even 14 rebounds yet in this series? Whatever. 9 assists. I'm not asking for your 9 assists, but he had 2 steals and 2 blocks. Just saying, Bam. You've already had 2 games where you had no blocks and no steals. Unacceptable. Okay? Unacceptable. So I looked at the Luka stats and I went right to the blocks and the steals. And his ass gets more blocks and steals than our center. Wake up, Bam. Okay? I'm not going to give you the pass that my boy Ira Winderman gives you. You want max money? Give me max player. And you're not. Great young man. Good defender, no doubt. Not a max player. Not in any lifetime is he a max player. You better load up the shooters around him while he's here. And don't count him offensively. Whenever he contributes, it's a bonus. That's the way you got to look at it. You can win with him. Not with Duncan, but you can win with him. Duncan, you got to dump. That's one contract you better dump in the offseason. On the Welton Rayom text line, what do you think about the idea of the NBA ending the max contract and letting the market dictate the cost of the player? I believe this will make the NBA much more competitive, maybe to the level of the NFL. Nope, I disagree with you, my friend. You know why? How about having some discipline? Did you listen to the show yesterday? DeAndre Ayton, same exact numbers as Bam. Now, Bam's a much better perimeter defender, but the same exact numbers. And he wants a max. They said, no, that's what you got to learn how to do. You got to learn how to say, no, Whiteside, we're not giving you that deal. No, James Johnson, we're not giving you that deal. No, Tyler Johnson, we're not giving you that deal. No, Duncan Robinson, we're not giving you that deal. No, Bam Adebayo, we're not giving you that deal. Tyler Hero, oh, you want max? No, we're not giving you that deal. How about learning some effing discipline? That's all. No, we're not giving you that deal. Sorry. You're a nice player, but you're better than what you think you are because you're in our system. But once you leave our system, like everybody else pretty much, you will not perform at the same level. Just ask Keon Dooling and just ask Isaac Austin and just ask anyone else that ends up leaving after making a name for himself here. More often than not, they never play at this level. James Johnson, Hassan Whiteside. All these cats played their best basketball here. They made their money elsewhere normally. That's how it used to be. They used to have the discipline. They used to develop Isaac Austin, and then Isaac says, no, I want a big let the Orlando Magic give it to you. Keon Dooling, you're struggling. Come on down. We'll resurrect your career. Oh, I want a new contract. No. No. Somebody else will give it to you. They used to do that. Eric Murdoch. Oh, come on down. You're struggling. Your game's on a down. We will rebuild your career. Oh, I want a new contract. Yeah, go get it somewhere else.
Hey,
so, yes, sir.
We got a super chat from Devin Jordan.
Oh, we do? Let me bring it up. Okay.
Do you want me to pop them up on the screen as they happen, or?
Yeah. Definitely. Thank you. Let me get back to this thought. So you look at it and you say, well, you got to develop the discipline. And the Heat has lost its discipline. Not in coaching, not in play, in pay. And you know, they you know what they are? They're the 65-year-old man, right? And he's at the club, right? He doesn't realize he's 65, 62, whatever. But there's like this 35-year-old, 28-year-old hottie that all of a sudden has daddy issues. And she just comes on, oh, how you do? Oh, you look so nice. This, that, making the old man feel like a king. And so he's going, whoa, this hot woman thinks me. See, I still got it. Not really. It's actually the money, the clothes you have on. You know, it's probably she's probably, you know, looked at you and said, well, the old man's got some cash. You know, I will do anything for cash. Here I am. And so the old man's out and he's got the hottie. He's going to take her out and he's going to spend money. He's going to buy her all kinds of stuff. She's going to give him a little loving. He's going to feel 35 again. And for that, he'll keep paying. You know, and he's desperate because he has to keep the girl. Right? That's been the Miami Heat. Miami Heat got desperate, got dumb. Oh, my God, we can make Whiteside better than what he is. No, you can't. Oh, my God, we can make James Johnson what he's never been. No, you can't. Oh, we can develop Tyler Johnson into... No, you can't. And so that's what's going on. And now you look at Bam Adebayo, who's a fantastic young man compared to Hassan Whiteside. Great work ethic, terrific defender when he doesn't have to face a big man. Are you really a great defender when you can't play against your own? Just a question as I digress there. Sit on that one. So anyway, now the Miami Heat have got to learn to play the discipline game now. Do you know why? If you're not going to be loaded with draft picks, well then, dude, how about cap space? You're always attractive. People want to come here. People want to play here. Just don't take up the cap space with the wrong people. Don't lock it up with Duncan Robinson and not have the space for Caleb Martin. So the front office lately has overcommitted to certain people and has given money to certain people that don't deserve it. So we're going to find out now. What are you doing with Tyler Hero? Because he's a six-man, not a franchise. And the six-man didn't come through in the playoffs. And now he got injured. And he's had several injuries too, by the way. He's also gotten his share of nicked up too in the process. Discipline, baby. Discipline. Devin Jordan, thank you for the super chat. He says, Big O, Ethan had a perfect example of how Bam is similar to Draymond, where you got to surround him with shooters in order for him to succeed. Yeah, no, I said that too. It's obvious. But he's not a max player. It's pretty simple. I don't care what anybody tells me. If I'm going to give you max, then you must be franchise material. You must be a guy that can help carry the franchise, and he is not. Bam Adebayo can't even play against men his size or bigger. Alonzo Mourning was undersized in a sea of redwood trees. Okay? I'm not talking about Jokic. I'm talking about Olajuwon. I'm talking about Duncan Robinson. I'm talking about Patrick Ewing. I'm talking about Mark Eaton. I'm talking about people that were a whole different ball game back in the day. And Alonzo Mourning had to face all kinds of bigger men, and he held his own most of the time. Yeah, Shaq was Shaq, and Shaq could probably push Alonzo Mourning around because Shaq was the ultimate freak. But he pretty much held his own against almost everybody. And they were all bigger than him. And he would get block shots on all of them. So how can Bam Adebayo be a franchise player when he wilts against people his size? He's a bully against people that are smaller. Yeah. Oh, he can. He's bullification. All right. He's bullified them, but he's a bully because when somebody of his own size comes, they eat him up alive. So Miami Heat, you got to start showing the discipline, man. You got to start parting ways with people, unfortunately. You can scout them. You can find them. You're proving it over and over again. But don't stop tying yourself to contracts that are not the real contracts. Stop falling in love with players in the moment. And I know it's easy for me to say, but I don't get paid for this. You do. You failed with Whiteside. You failed with the Johnsons. Who was the fourth guy? The two Johnsons, the Whiteside, and what was the fourth guy? Help me out there, Sean. Who was the fourth clown that they gave money to?
Waiters.
Waiters. Oh my God, that was the second stupidest contract ever. Whiteside was the first. The second was he had a foot injury that needed surgery, and they still gave him a 4-year deal off of 19 games or 29 games. It was one of those 19 or 29 games, the greatest 19 or 29 game stretch of Dion's career, and the effing Heat gave him a 4-year contract. Discipline, dude. Pat Riley, Mickey, front office. You guys are disciplined about players' weight, except for Lowry. You guys are disciplined about your players showing up. How about being disciplined on deciding who to give the effing money to? Stop acting like the 60-year-old man that met the 30-year-old. So this Bam Adebayo thing and Duncan Robinson thing is a habitual problem lately for the Miami Heat. Yes, they're marvelous. They overcome their problems, but it is a problem. Let's not kid ourselves because, that's how everybody follows it up. Well, no, but they find a way to get out of the contract. Well, why the hell did you get in the contract in the first place? And why do you keep doing this? Why do you keep signing people to big contracts that don't deserve it? So Tyler Hero's the next one. Right now, there's nearly 300 people on the chat board. Okay? I'm going to turn on the chat board right now. I better not see anything but sports. Would you give Tyler Hero a max contract? Yes or no? Tell me, would you give Tyler Hero a max contract? Is the question. Yes or no? Put it right now in the chat board. See if you guys are useful for that instead of all the other crap that I was reading before. No. Hero's not a max player. No, no, no. Hell no. Nope. Nobody said yes yet. See what I mean? So it's about the Miami Heat being disciplined. They show discipline for so many things. Yeah. Oh, there we go. Greater Good says yes to Tyler Hero. He's the only maniac right now that has said yes. There you go. So that to me is the problem with all of this stuff. So, we could talk about Bam, and I guess it'll be an opinion thing. Ira thinks he's a max player. I don't. You can't be consistent on offense. You can't be counted on offense. And you can't play against players your own size. That's embarrassing. I think Bam Adebayo needs to go talk to Jason Taylor. Jason Taylor was an undersized defensive end that learned and got strong enough to throw tackles aside, go get the runner, all that kind of stuff, because they ran over his ass the first couple of years. He said, no. And he hit the weight room. So I don't know what Bam needs to do, but when you get dogged by the guys your own size, that's embarrassing, bro. It's embarrassing. We'll see what they do with Tyler. We shall see what they do with Tyler. By the way, Edge Energy Drink is a proud sponsor of our program. We tell you about Edge all the time. Go to myedgedrink.com. Get 10% off your order. Use our code Big O. The most delicious sports drink out there. It's delicious. It's zero aftertaste. Smooth. So smooth. Incredibly smooth. Great elixir. By the way, if you want to mix it up with a little vodka, mix it up with a little rum also. That's what I love about Edge. Besides it being, and by the way, only 78 calories. So you can get it delivered right to your home. All right. They don't sell it in stores. Go to myedgedrink.com. All right. myedgedrink.com and use the code Big O. I promise you. You want a little pick me up. You want something that you're gonna go, wow, he really has no aftertaste, zero aftertaste. A whole bunch of those other energy drinks have a ton of aftertaste. I hate that. That's why I never have them. When John gave me this, I was like, are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. So check it out. Edge Energy Drink, smooth, delicious, zero aftertaste. I promise you. Support the great people that support us. Edge Energy Drink right there. Go to myedgedrink.com. We've got the link there on our YouTube page. Big O, I'd trade him for Donovan Mitchell. Well, I would too in a heartbeat. I don't know if they would trade for Donovan Mitchell for him. That's the thing. That's the part that, that's the part that gets a little crazy. Oh, you say the Heat are a top franchise in South Florida, but you just laid them to cinder. Andrew, my brother, dude, are you smart? Are you intelligent? Do you have any fucking brains whatsoever? That's the problem in this world. There's a bunch of idiots like you, and yeah, I'm going to rip your ass for this. You take one comment and you go all the way. For 25 years, they've won 3 titles. They've been to a shitload of Eastern Conference finals. They've been to the playoffs like 21 out of 25 years. They're a great franchise. But they've got a defect lately. Halle Berry is phenomenal. Can't keep a man. I'm still marrying her. Can you guys, some of you, can you compartmentalize? Because, see, guys like Andrew will go, oh, Big O thinks the Heat organization's crap. Did I ever say that? Listen to the host, Andrew. You're the problem with America, bro. You're the idiot on the phone line game when we were kids that when you start the story, you're the guy that F's up the story. All I've said is the Heat has a problem with discipline and contracts lately. They get too in love with their players and they give them a deal that they don't deserve. Those are facts. That doesn't mean it's a terrible organization. They're in the Eastern Conference, Andrew. Maybe I should turn off the damn chat board. Holy crap. My God. That's the problem in this world, dude. People don't listen. They don't pay attention. And then they create whatever narrative they want after that. No, Orlando said the Heat organization's garbage. Really? I said that. Wow. Okay. Yeah. Who grabs boards and guards the paint without Bam? They've been doing it for 25 years. Does that make it sound like they haven't been defending people forever? I'm just saying Bam does defend. He just can't defend anybody his size. Am I lying here? Bam needs to learn offense. We're past that, bro. That's not in him. It's not in him. Big O is a realist. He's going to give it to you straight. Get used to it, people. Yeah. Big O ain't heaven in today, bro. I'm riding with Pat Riley bandwagon. Yep, I'm riding with Pat Riley too. I'll never change Pat Riley, but I'll tell him lately, yo, you got to slow it down, bro. You're falling in love with too many players, and you're gonna have to make tough decisions. Like the Phoenix Suns. Oh, DeAndre, you're not a max player. Sorry, we're not giving it to you. I give them credit. They drafted the kid, high as hell pick, and he's good, but he's not where they need him to be in this league because he's probably more of a 90s center, actually, than a 2022 center. And they're like, no, I give him credit. That's a high pick. And they're willing to say, yeah, no, man, we're not giving you that money. If we have to let you go, we have to let you go. And it is what it is, or we'll trade you or whatever. But you got to have a little more discipline. The Heat have tied themselves to a couple deals. Now they've got to find a way to unload Duncan. And you gave a guy a hell of a contract that can only shoot. He can't do anything else offensively. Can't fill the lane, can't attack the rim, can't create for somebody else. He hasn't even developed a 2-point shot. Where he comes up for a three, somebody comes at him, he puts it on the floor, gets past him, and then hits a 12, 14-footer. Hasn't even developed that. Can't defend, can't rebound, can't steal. The guy can't do anything except spot up, long-distance shoot. That's it. And if that's not working, nothing else. And you gave him $15 million a year. And now you got to dump him because you found a Caleb Martin who can do both, who can do all kinds of stuff. And you find a Max Strus who is superior to Duncan, who can fill the lane, who can play defense, who will dunk on your ass, who will shoot the three. That's the problem. You're going to have to be a little bit more disciplined and tie yourself to the right deals. Hour number 3 is next.
What? Oh, look.
When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Welton Rayom has more than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes. They're committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. Call them for a free consultation. 954-966-4646. At Welton Rayom, they don't get paid unless you win. Property damage claims to your home, business, or condo as a result of a hurricane. Welton Rayom can help. Water, mold, fire, smoke damage, Welton Rayom can help. Call 954-966-4646. You need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. For over 25 years, South Floridians have counted on Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises for their roofing needs. In South Florida, we battle the sweltering heat, rain, winds, and all kinds of tropical storms. That's why when it comes to protecting your family, home, or business, call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. All work fully guaranteed with the customer's complete satisfaction. A-plus rated member of the Better Business Bureau. Licensed and insured. There's no buts about it. When your roof needs repair or replacement, go to TommyBButtsJrEnterprises.com. A certified widening contractor. The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc., ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by Sports Grill. Good food, good drinks, good friends. Craig Zinn Acura of Pembroke Pines, the #1 volume Acura dealership in the Southeast United States. The Fort Lauderdale Police Department. The FLPD is hiring. Go to FLPDjobs.com.
When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Welcome back. Hour number 3, man, on the program. Omar Kelly will join us at 11:30, so we'll have a little fun with Omar. Let's see. It's kind of weird to see a true Miami fan bashing the Heat. As many rings and championships as we've been to and being in the playoffs every year, they are what keeps Miami relevant in sports. Jason, this is not the show for you, my brother. We don't play that wussy ass crap that you want to do. Doesn't matter if you're good or bad. You got to talk about what's good and what's bad. And while the Heat are a phenomenal franchise and the best in town by decades, that doesn't mean that they're perfect. And some of the things that it has effed them up has been their commitment to the wrong players. Brother, if you can't handle the truth, don't listen to this show. This is not the show for you. None of you. Okay? If you're a little too sensitive about your teams and you think that this is the kind of show that I'm just going to grab a pom-pom every time for everything, no, dude, that's not this show. It's not this show. Sorry. All right? As great a franchise as the Miami Heat are, they still make mistakes. And we're going to talk about those mistakes. That's all. And Duncan Robinson's a major mistake. It is what it is. And even Bam, you can keep Bam. Bam's not like, oh my God, it's a cancer to have Bam, but he's not a max player. He's just not a max player. In no way, shape, or form is he a max player. He's a very good player. He's an all-star, but he's not a max player. That's the facts. You can't be a max player if you can't carry your weight offensively on a consistent basis and in key moments. And you can't be a max player, especially at center, when you can't play with people. You get abused by people your own size. That's a bully, not a max player. Those are the facts. Sorry. Facts are the Whiteside contract was stupid. The Deion Waiters contract was incredibly stupid. The James Johnson contract was terrible. And the Tyler Johnson contract was utterly irresponsible. Sorry, my brother. This is not the show for you. Okay? This is not the show for you. We're not here to blow smoke up the ass of Inter Miami and the Dolphins and the Heat and the Marlins and the Panthers. When they don't do something right, we will say it. And when they're constantly doing something right, which is the Miami Heat, we will praise them also. But we have to call it like we see it, dude. It's the bottom line. And the problem that is coming up now is Tyler Hero, which I've mentioned, and plenty of you have said you wouldn't pay him a max. So what's the Heat going to do? Discipline has been a problem for them in the front office on who to pay and who to say no to. And they have a problem saying no, apparently. And they need to start saying no. Those are the facts. This is not the show for you. If you just want me to just talk about positives for teams and never mention anything that could be a negative or it is a negative, not the show for you. If you're sensitive, we're not the show for you. You listen, maybe you're better off listening to flagship stations because they have to kiss ass. They have to worry about repercussions. They have to worry about teams bothering their program directors and then the program directors writing the host and all that stuff. Listen to that. Okay? But this is not the show you want to listen to. Okay? If you're a Homer fan that can't handle objectivity, we are definitely not the show for you. Would you trade Bam for Ayton? No, you're in the same problem. You know what I mean? Because Ayton doesn't have an offensive game either. He's kind of limited inside. That's the idea. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Bam is fine. You can do with Bam. You just need to make sure he's surrounded by all kinds of shooters, all kinds of scorers. So you put Bam in a position where whatever he scores is a bonus. Because as I said yesterday, the Miami Heat have told you who Bam is. Right? With all the picks and the dribble handoffs and all that stuff, they told you who he is. You think they're going to do that to Alonzo Mourning? You think they'll do that to Shaq? No, of course not. But they do it to Bam. You know, they'll sell you maybe or the writers some BS. Oh, no, he's growing and this, that, whatever. No, bro, you use him this way because that's who he is. If he could be used the other way and he was an offensive weapon and a threat, you would use him. But you don't. So you have him carry the ball up. You have him hand the ball off. You have him facilitate. You have him set picks. That's what you have him do. And why? Because the Heat tell you the Heat know what he is already. But you can win with him. Just got to make sure everything around him is impeccable. Is shooters, is people that can cut to the rim, all that kind of stuff. You can't have players like Duncan Robinson who are limited around a limited center. Comprende? Compadres? So that's the point. You got to have a lot of two-way players around Bam, and you'll be fine with Bam. You can win with Bam. There's a way of doing it because he does help in this league. He's so mobile, he can help you defend, and it's not really a big league, so he doesn't have to deal with a lot of big guys. The few big guys he has to deal with, it is what it is. They'll smoke him, and then he can't do anything about it. But everybody else, he'll be just fine. But you've got to be impeccable around him because he's not the guy you count on the offense. That's all. And the Heat have told you that. By the way they play him, they told you what they feel about him. That's the part that nobody ever talks about. It's like, watch how they use him. They're telling you what he is. So let's not try to make him what he's not because he can't be that. And we have entered in that silly discussion for years. I got out of it finally already. Now, I'm done. This was the year I got out of it. I'm never getting into that stupid conversation. Oh, well, Bam's got to grow into this and that. He's not going to grow into that. This is what he is. You're good. But he is definitely not a max player. Definitely not a max player. Even the best run organizations and greatest front offices occasionally make bad mistakes. It happens. Nobody's perfect. Exactly. All this proves my point that the max contract thing needs to be killed. It creates an artificial. No, Carlos, you have to have it, bro. You have small markets. You have to have a cap. You have to have those limits. You have to create they created an kind of an evil level playing field for everybody with the cap and those max contracts because everybody can do it. Okay, now not every city is sexy, so young players have a tendency of not wanting to go to certain cities as free agents, so that becomes an issue. But overall, it's something that you have to kind of keep that balance because if not, you're baseball. And if you don't have that, then all of a sudden the haves will have and the have-nots will not be able to. And then that creates just all kinds of stuff. Let's see. What else do we have here on the program? Pat Riley almost made the greatest mistake of this franchise's history by nearly drafting Chris Kaman over Dwayne Wade. Yeah, and he actually wanted Bosch over Wade. It was Fund that talked to him of taking Wade instead of Bosch. He wanted Bosch, actually. So you'll know. Randy Fund is the one that talked him out of it to take Dwayne Wade. Let's see. Cap for life. Sean, Orlando this week is getting worse and worse. Just found out RK broke up after RK Bro just broke up after losing to the Bloodline Bros. Is that some kind of wrestling thing, Sean? I have no idea what he just said. Did he make me do something like nasty or dirty or something? I have no idea.
No, it's RK Bro. They lost the titles last Friday to the Usos. And now they're laying out plans of how the breakup will go. But right now they have not broken up. And Riddle is going probably for the heavyweight title at the next pay-per-view. Randy Orton after that. And then we'll see where it leads. It's all storyline.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Carlos says that's a good point about smaller markets, but you can have a cap and kill the max. But once you have the cap, the problem is, you know how these owners are. Some of them will be undisciplined and they'll pay too much to one guy and so I think they're trying to create a thing where it's as much of an even level playing field, even for smaller markets. Like San Antonio is a small market. They don't produce the money that Miami, New York, LA, Chicago can produce, even Dallas, right? But they ended up getting a whole bunch of stars and they were able to kind of keep it. Now, the stars also were able to take a little less money. They were willing to do it to stay together. That kind of helped out. But still, it allowed that small market to actually become a dynasty. You know what I mean? And San Antonio will never be a dynasty again. That's it. They had to run, and they'll probably never see another championship again. You know what I'm saying? But because of the rules, Carlos, it allowed them to kind of manage it and be able to keep that together. And I think that's what the NBA wants, that at least if a small market can kind of manage it, they'll be able to keep several players together. OKC, I'll give you a little nugget, Carlos. OKC was owned by like 8 or 9 billionaires, and they chose not to make the sacrifice to keep all those guys together back in the day. Harden, Durant, Westbrook, and the big guy, what's his name? The big center. He was a fourth guy. He's a really good player, man. He's still playing, right? I think he still played even up to this past year. Damn it, man. Help me out there, please. The big guy. I'm now forgetting his name, but really, really good player. And they had a chance. They could have sacrificed, and they Serge Ibaka. Thank you, Frank Lavergne. I don't know how you got a tough name like my name. But thank you. I appreciate you. And they chose the cheap route. And those guys, and they have a whole bunch of rich owners, bro. That was sad for OKC because that fan base is so awesome in OKC. I hate when good fan bases get screwed. Like that OKC fan base did not deserve to get screwed. It's like watching the Browns lose their football team. Like, what? You're going to take the Browns away from Cleveland? Like, it's not their fault. The fans are incredible there. That's the kind of stuff that just drives me crazy, when you could have given OKC. Listen, maybe those guys don't figure it out. And obviously Westbrook, as his career went on, we kind of learned that it's hard to win with that guy. And so maybe it doesn't work out keeping all those guys together in hindsight after we find out about everything. But still, man, Durant is such a special player. How do you allow him to leave and all that? It's crazy stuff. I feel bad sometimes for certain fan bases that have that moment and it's kind of taken away from them and it's out of their control. Not that Cleveland was winning anything, but dude, they love their Browns there. They've never shown anything but love for their Browns. And no matter what, I know we have a lot of Dolphin fans watching this show on a consistent basis. None of you, if you have any scruples, would ever lie to yourselves and not say that Cleveland is a phenomenal fan base. You know what I mean? Browns fans are awesome. And they deserved a lot better than what they got from Modell. And I know that there were issues, and they built the baseball stadium and the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame before they wanted to give the football team the money and all that. And so Modell's cheap ass moved them and all that. I get everything that happened, but that fan base did not deserve that. Sad. And that's why, when you see that, the small markets, and you see how San Antonio was able to do something, then OKC Their owners chose another path, and it's just wrong, man. Wrong. Irving says Bam's problem is confidence. That's it. Y'all need to stop with the Bam bashing. He's damn fine, a good player. Stop with the foolishness. Yeah, you just said it. He's a good player. Good player doesn't get a max contract. And this whole thing of confidence, he's just not that, period. I don't think it has anything to do with confidence. I think he's a confident young man. I just think he knows he's limited. And they know he's more important, the Miami Heat know he's limited. They might sell you some other BS. They might tell you some other BS. They might tell the writers some other BS. Some writers may believe that BS. Some fans on television and radio, media on television and radio might believe that BS. Some of you might believe that BS, but I'm not believing that BS. I'm watching how you play them. We're 5 years in, bro. By now, you are what you are. You're not going to become a whirling dervish on offense now at this point. And you've already told me, look how you use him every single night. So we have to stop kidding ourselves and lying to ourselves and sitting there waiting for Bam, the offensive force. No. Bam will be just a decent garbage player on offense and just work his ass off on defense and be the facilitator on offense and the pick setter and all that kind of stuff. That's it. Let's see, what else do we have here on Le Programme? Let's see. Bosch was already taken with the 4th pick, Big O. No, Bosch went 5. Wade went 4, right? Wasn't it like that? All right, Riley did want Bosch, but when he was off the board, he wanted to draft Chris Kaman. No, dude. No, I believe, wasn't it that they were 4? Was it 4 or 5? I know he wanted Bosch, but I don't think it was Kaman. I think it was Bosch or Wade. I don't think it was Kaman. I think that was look it up for me, Sean. I thought Wade was picked 4th. He was picked 5, maybe? Is that true? Well, no, he might be right. You know what?
Oh, he was 5. He was 5.
Yeah, because they won the game in Orlando, which, yeah, that's right. They won the game in Orlando. No, yeah, he's right. Because I was at that game. They won the game in Orlando, which made them the 5th pick. And people were saying to Riley, that's right. They wanted Riley to lose that game to get the 4th pick, but Riley doesn't coach to lose. So he coached to win the damn game. Out of all the teams that we always lose to for no reason at all is the damn Magic. And they beat them. He's right. But I know that he wanted Bosch. That's for sure.
It was LeBron, Carmelo, Bosch, Wade.
Right. Where did Kaman go? Didn't Kaman go like deeper than that, like 9 or 10 or something like that to the Clippers?
Sorry, 1 minute. I missed somebody.
Where did Kaman go? And didn't he go to like the Clippers? But he was like top 10. Where was Kaman in that draft?
Looking right now.
I know he wanted Bosch badly.
He went 6th to the Clippers.
Wow, he went right after. I know he went to the Clippers. Mm-hmm. So it was 6. Amazing.
Bosch went 4th. LeBron was the overall.
I know that Riley was in love with Bosch. And that would have been a mistake.
They skipped somebody because they got Wade as the 4th person here, but they say he's draft pick number 5. So I'm not sure who they skipped. Bosch was 4, though.
You have Milicic there for Detroit?
No, that might be the one they missed.
Yeah, that's what it is. Milicic was the only bust in that group, right? Because isn't
that
they
wrote it down underneath. Milicic was the 2nd pick. Yep.
Right. Because he's the only one that was a bust there, right? Out of all those guys?
Yeah, at least the top 5, yeah.
Right? It was who's the top 5? LeBron, Melo.
It would have been LeBron, then Darko, then Melo, Bosch, Wade.
Right. Yeah. Because poor Milicic, bro. He was like, that was like, what's this guy's name? The guard, Joe Dumars. Wow, that was a bad pick for him, bro. That was a bad pick for him. That poor kid got roasted. He was never, he was drafted amongst all those guys. I was never a Melo guy because watching him, not out of Syracuse, after watching him in the NBA, I was just like, I didn't really like Melo after watching him. It was like, no, this is a ball hog. But the other players were awesome, man. And Milicic just was a terrible, terrible player. Poor kid. Thank God he won that game. Yeah, no, you're right. You're right, Dinero. If he doesn't win that game, maybe Riley takes Bosch and screws it all up. But I know he wanted Bosch instead of Wade. And so by winning that game, he was kind of forced to take Wade. Yeah. That's crazy. Wade came into camp and nobody defended him, even Zoe or Eddie Jones. Wade was a special player from the get-go, man. He just had it. That's the thing about those kind of guys. You can't teach that stuff. The crazy shot making, all that stuff with Wade, you can't teach that, man. You either have it or you don't, unfortunately. But I don't think he was Cayman. I still don't believe that story. I remember it was the Bosch Wade stuff. I don't remember the Cayman stuff at all, that he wanted Cayman over Wade. I don't believe that. I believe if I remember the story going into the draft, Fund and him were like going back and forth about Bosch and Wade, and then it kind of decided itself, apparently. But he wanted Bosch. That was the guy. All right, 855-912-1056 on the Welt and Rayom text line. If you want to get in on the program, you can also reach out to us. Don't forget Liquor Split. It is Miami's liquor store. Order it right now. Safest way to get your liquor. We don't want you drinking and driving, folks. Maybe you got a big meeting coming up and you forgot to get that bourbon, that whiskey, that wine, that beer, whatever it is that customer likes. Well, hey, man, get the app, download it, iOS or Android, Liquor Split, and right there, one flat fee of $2.99. That's it. You got all kinds of snacks. You got all kinds of drinks. You can even get my favorite energy drink. You can get a little Edge energy drink there at Liquor Split too, by the way. So if you want to get a little vodka and a little Edge, a little rum and a little Edge, you can do that also at Liquor Split. Flat fee of $2.99 for the delivery, no hidden fees. $1 of it goes to helping homelessness in Miami. How about that? So you're also donating to a good cause. So there you go. $2.99, man. You don't need the hassle. $2.99 is probably cheaper when it comes to your time and gas to go to the damn liquor store, right? So just pick up the app, man. Download it, baby. iOS or Android, Liquor Split. Yeah. Big O, I need some energy drink for today's Heat game. Anthony, Liquor Split. Okay? Right now. Go download the app and order it and get some Liquor Split and get some Edge energy drink delivered right to your home, my friend. It's a beautiful thing. All right. I got some Dolphin stuff to get into, and we're also going to talk to Omar Kelly. Let's take a break. Give me a minute here. Omar Kelly is next.
When protecting your family is your priority, there's nothing more important than a roof above the people you love. Call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411 and ask to speak to Tommy, the owner. They specialize in all kinds of roofs, led by their highly crafted, skilled, and professional roof mechanics. All of their previous customers have an opportunity to enter their bi-weekly drawings to receive free an exterior impact metal door. Please call for more details. That's Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826 or 954-394-1411. Trust Tommy to fortify and protect what's most important to you, your family. than 62 years of litigation experience handling insurance disputes, Welton Rayum is committed to resolving even the toughest insurance claims quickly. At Welton Rayum, they don't get paid unless you win. They handle complex personal injury claims caused by the fault of another in both state and federal courts. They handle auto, trucking, motorcycle, slip and fall, and bicycle accidents. Call 954-966-4646. That's 954-966-4646. Welton Rayum can help. When you need your warehouse looking good while staying efficient, there's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City in Hialeah. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. Pallet Rack City is the company you need when you want your warehouse sporting the finest racks in the business. After all, who doesn't love a great rack? Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547. When you move, you need a reliable company led by passionate folks, eager to assist its customers during a transitional process that needs to be smooth. Call Essential Moving Experts at 844-368-5750 for all your local and long-distance moving needs. You can rely on Essential Moving Experts. Mention the Big O Show and get $150 off. Family owned and operated, they offer free 30-day storage, full-service moving, fully licensed, bonded, and insured. Moving was never so easy. EssentialMovingExperts.com. When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Alrighty. We are waiting for Omar Kelly. So we'll see when we get him here on the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report. We already had Ian Rappaport. For those of you that missed him, you can go back and listen to it there. You can rewind. You can wait for later on as well. I don't know. Knowing Sean, he already has the Ian Rappaport interview up on the podcast. Later on, it'll be on video. He'll put it up on video, but you can also get that if you missed it. Earlier in the morning, we had our Slowman's Inside the Paint show with Ira Winderman and Clay Ferraro, an hour of Miami Heat talk, getting you ready for the Heat and the Celtics tonight, Game 5 at FTX Arena. We also want to encourage you, please, search on YouTube. We have a new YouTube channel, a second YouTube channel. It's called Big O Show Cuts. Put on the search engine Big O Show Cuts. And please subscribe to it. We need to get to 1,000 quickly for that channel. There's going to be videos there you will not find here, rants there you will not find here, interviews there you won't find here. Plus, that channel is going to grow on its own also. There could be some live programming coming out of that channel down the line, but we need to get to 1,000 as soon as possible. So if you can, we got lots of subscribers here on the original channel. Please, we ask you, as always, to help us grow as you continue to help us grow. This is another way to help us grow. This is kind of the world we're living in, and we had to kind of build a second channel for it, and it's a good thing. But if you can, please subscribe. Go search Big O Show Cuts, and you can get it there. We really, really appreciate it. All right. What else do we have to talk about? Yes, we are awaiting Omar. Okay. Lauren says Butler, Bam, Lowry, Tucker, and Oladipo, then bring Tyler, Martin, and Strus off the bench. Okay. All right. But okay, no, all right, I see what you're saying. We'll see. I don't know if they'll shake it up to the point of putting Oladipo in there in the starting lineup, but I mean, I can't argue with that. You know, I just hope that Lowry's a little healthier And I know that he can't carry you offensively, and he can't be offensively the player he was in Toronto, but you hope he can do a little bit more tonight, especially, that Jimmy is nowhere near 100%. It's probably not even 75. And PJ Tucker is probably hurting too big time. So all these guys, man, this is a hell of a game tonight. This is one where they're going to have to dig deep to get that victory. All right. It's a victory for us twice a week when we get Omar Kelly on. We love him. Well, let's talk a little Miami Dolphins and our EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report. For over 16 years, EJDconstruction.com has provided South Florida residents quality craftsmanship, accurate project management, and exceptional service. That's why EJDconstruction.com is an A-rated member of Angie's List and the Better Business Bureau. When you're looking for the right custom home builder for additions or home remodeling, please call my friend Eric at 305-433-4843. That's 305-433-4843 for EJDconstruction.com.
The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. Ownership, management, sponsors, the website. The Big O Radio Show is home for the hardcore Dolphins fan. That's why we give you Omar Kelly twice a week. Buckle up. It's time for the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report, exclusively on the Big O Radio Show.
Do it. Let's get ready. Whenever he's ready, we're ready. There he is, sitting down, locked and loaded. What is it? Is that like what's that in the background? Is that like a donut or something? What is that back there? What is that back there to your left? Way back there. What is that? What is that item, that object back there? Is he not hearing us? Is that what it is, Sean? That we're watching? We're watching Omar Kelly try to prepare his camera. You can't hear us? See how serious and concentrated he is? Only in live television / radio can you get this. There he is. He kind of looks like he woke up right now. He does look like he just woke up. Who wants a Nature Bee hat, by the way? Anybody want a Nature Bee hat? Who wants one? I got a couple extras. They sent me a couple extras. It's a classic trucker's hat. Little Nature Bee action. By the way, remember, free shipping when you use the code Big O. There for Nature Bee. Is he ready yet? No, doesn't look like he's ready yet.
I'm ready.
You are?
Yeah.
Did you just wake up?
I was taking a midday nap.
A mid-morning nap, you mean? But yeah, okay. Are those donuts back there to your left or something? What the hell is that back there?
Mangoes.
Mangoes. Ooh, nice.
Yeah, from Hal Habib's tree.
No, there you go. Hal's a stud. All right.
I love mango season, bro. You'll get mangoes from coworkers, neighbors, mom and pop, and I'll eat them all, boy.
I had 3 different trees in my house, 3 different types of mangoes, including the Filipino mangoes, which are the really long ones.
Yeah.
And then I had a big ass avocado tree, and we had 16 banana trees. I had a 3/4 acre yard. And so we had a whole bunch of trees. So when I was a kid, that's how I would, come up with some extra money. I would pack in the avocados and go to the local grocery stores and sell it to them, and then go buy my my baseball cards, Coke, pan de gloria, whatever snack that I was interested in. Also back in the day, yeah, you had to be crafty back in the day, bro.
Yeah, man.
So I sold my fruit, and obviously when you're biking around, we would find bottles and return them for 5 cents each bottle, and that was another way to generate some income so we can go play
I
some
remember those
video,
days when
not
you could,
video games, but pinball. That's what it was then.
yeah. I remember those days where you could return bottles and get some money.
Yeah, man. Hell yeah. That was awesome to us. It was heaven to find a bottle that wasn't broken and shattered. All right, we can make some money off of this one, that kind of stuff. So
Back then, 50 cents was a lot of money.
oh,
I don't
dude.
think it buys you a pack of chips today.
Yeah, man. You returned enough bottles. You were living like a king. You had a Coke and an ice cream in hand, and you said all the work was well worth it, baby. Well worth it. All right. So speaking of work and being well worth it, seems like you wrote about let's say a motivated Tyreek Hill. Talk to me a little bit about that.
I don't know if it's fair to say motivated because we don't know him. We're just getting used to knowing him. So, I mean, but it's basically a young man who's like, I work. I work and I'm here to lead, and I'm showing these guys that I work and I put in the work so that it's no surprise how you become this good. And it's true. He's a worker. One thing that I don't know if I could say surprises me, but he's fast. And there's I've seen fast guys. I've seen fast
Waddle's
guys.
fast. Waddle's fast, bro.
Waddle's fast. Yeah. It's funny to say Waddle's fast. Like, yeah, Tyreek's fast. Like there is a different level of like you'll be amazed at how easy it is for him to get open. Despite double coverage, or it's just a snap of the fingers, he's open. He's got, I say this a big, and understand, I covered the University of Miami during its glory days, so I know fast. I went to high school at Santana Moss. I know fast. I know what fast is. Like, but Tyreek Hill is fast.
Right.
Like, it's I don't know if I've ever seen that kind of speed.
So that's why it's going to be fun to see how they draw up all these mismatches out on the field, because you have all this speed that's going to create space. And
Yeah.
I'm happy for Tua because he threw in some of the tightest windows in the NFL last year. So you have a terrible offensive line, and then you have no running game, and your wide receivers can't get any separation. I mean, I mean, for Tua, excitement for him was maybe being able to throw it up to Gesicki or Parker. That might be the most separation his receivers would ever get when they would go up in the air. So getting guys to get separation is going to make his life, man, a shit ton easier, bro.
Absolutely. I've only seen Tua throw once. I was having this conversation with somebody, like, it's not fair for me to sit here and tell you what Tua looks like because I've seen him one day. Right. Yesterday he missed yesterday's practice because he was a little under the weather, and that's great. But, people are saying nice things about him. People are giving him good reviews based on what they've seen now. It's important to point out that this was what you see without Xavier and Byron Jones on the field. Completely secondary. I mean, if you're going to talk about the Miami Dolphins, they're a team that's built around an entire team that's built around their cornerback unit and their secondary. And if you don't have the secondary there,
yeah, but I saw fast guys like Antonio Brown and what they did to X.
Absolutely. I mean, they
okay. So I'm not worried about you. You started the segment with he's fast.
Yeah.
Well, guess what, Omar? X ain't that fast. Byron Jones ain't that fast. So he'll get separation on them too.
I mean, but no.
They're not that fast. They're not that fast.
They're fast. They're fast.
They're not that fast.
They're not that fast.
Don't backtrack now. Don't
No. They're fast. But I'm just saying, it's not fair to sit and analyze without saying, okay, your best, defense won yesterday, and they didn't even have their three best players on the field. No Emmanuel Ogbah, no Xavier Howard, no Byron Jones. outside of Javon Holland.
None of that would matter anyways because there's no blocking and tackling anyways. So it doesn't really matter.
Over the years, honestly, you know what's funny?
And by the way, if there's no blocking or tackling, that's when Tyreek Hill has a bigger advantage. And so does Waddle, and so does the
quarterback. So does the quarterback.
Yeah, I just said the entire offense.
Yeah, trust me.
But by the way, by downplaying it all, you can't just say, well, maybe Tyreek really likes this guy. Maybe Tyreek thinks that this guy's actually really good, that he's just not backing it up. Tua, yeah.
Yeah, I don't really pay attention to what Tyreek Hill says about Tua because it's, it was nice, it was cute.
Because of course it can't be true, right? No, I mean,
no. I'm not saying that.
Shot it can be true. Why pay attention to it?
No, I don't pay attention to what people who are tied and need his absolute loyalty and love. They're going to give you the great praise. If a defensive player is saying it about Tua, that's more to pay attention to for me because I know the history of defense and these quarterbacks for this franchise. So defensive players are always going to keep it real and honest about the quarterback. And even Eric Rowe said, yeah, he's better. He's improved. You could see that there's noticeable difference in the arm. That I put a ton of stock into. What a wide receiver says about his quarterback, no, I can't put much weight into that.
I would, in accuracy, I would. And that's
but we know
clearly Tyreek was a little shocked with the accuracy.
He also said he's got a cannon, which come on, let's be real.
I don't know. Maybe he has a decent arm that we're watching.
He does have a decent arm. He says he has a cannon. He does not have a cannon. Let's be real about. Like,
but I mean,
he's saying favorable things to the guy who's going to put food on his table.
Yeah, well, he's supposed to.
Yeah,
you should be saying favorable things, but maybe those favorable things are actually real and they're actually true.
As I tell you, based on my experience, I can't put much stock into what an offensive player says about their quarterback, what a wide receiver says about their quarterback.
Yeah, for me, I see because I know that if the environment's different, you're going to see a completely different quarterback. So that's where I don't think anybody can really succeed under the situation he was in the last couple of years. You just can't deal with that kind of stuff and have
succeeded. He succeeded too. So
but not the kind of success that he could have. It's because you're not being helped. He was able to overcome the crap that he had, but really, you still need help, bro. I don't care who you are. I don't care what quarterback you are, bro. You got to have help. And I think this is the year where he now has help, finally.
That's fair.
He doesn't have to kind of swim upstream all by himself is my only
Is that
concern.
how we're describing his first 2 years? He had to swim upstream by himself?
Yeah, when your coach hates you, can't build an offensive staff, you have no running game, and they can't
offensive
block.
line.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they can't block. I mean, yeah. That's dude, the kid was under hell the last couple of years. Just hell.
I don't know if
you
that's
go to
how
work.
I would describe it.
How do you go to work when somebody doesn't like you, bro? How do you go to work when somebody doesn't believe in you? It's like, how do you go to work when they're probably not doing what's best for you? That's what those are the situations.
You went to QM for 22 decades under those conditions.
No. Wait a minute. Whoa. Let's separate everything, okay? It was once CBS took over and Joe Bell left or was released. That's when everything changed. Okay. Once Beasley sold out and then it became CBS and Intercom, that's when it went all to shit. And when the clown that's there now, Len Weiner, got there, that's when it all, like, my initial meeting with him, it was like, so I go to him. So, hey, I need an extra producer. Every other show has 2 producers. Some shows have 2 or 3 hosts at that time. I'm the solo host, and I had a rookie. I had Solana at that time, and Solana was a baby. He had no Rolodex, no nothing. He knew nothing. He was a youngin'. So I needed somebody that was experienced to help book guests. He goes to me, oh, it's not in the budget. And I go, well, wait a minute. Hold on a second. I've got about 15 sponsors. What do you mean it's not in the budget? And he goes, oh, that's not how it works. And then here's where I got fired. I go, so wait a minute. You have a show on 790. It has 3 hosts in the morning, 2 producers, no live spots, and they can have what I don't have. And that's where he lost it, because that was his baby, 790. So he had a morning show with Beast and Tobin, and those guys had no live spots.
As Brandon Marshall says, we're getting messy.
They weren't producing any effing money whatsoever, okay? I produced more money in 1 hour than that show did in 3 months, okay? And you're going to tell me it's not in – right there, I knew I was fired. Right there, I go, oh, so you're not going to help me get something so I can better my show. Oh, no problem.
As Brandon Marshall says,
right away, I walked over
right
to
now.
Solana. I walked over to Solana. I said, I'm getting fired. And he goes, what? And I go, you'll see. It'll come. Don't worry about it. And I knew for 11 months, bro, 11 months, I had to walk into that place because I had to wait for my option to be up. You know what I mean? And it's like all these shows, have 2 and 3 hosts.
Hey, listen.
And I fly solo every
behind
day.
The scenes, I know you're telling the truth. And
I got no reason to lie about this, bro.
Hey, listen.
But that's why I was the only person in the world that was super happy when I got fired finally, because I got the hell out of there, bro. That is, but I can relate to Tua in that sense, that when you're working for someone that does not want to support you, and that is just the worst in the world, dude. It's just tough to fight that on a and I can't imagine. I'm just talking about a radio show.
Yeah.
This man's got 300-pound linemen that want to rip his head off, bro.
And the funny thing is, and I don't think people get this, like, people paint Tua like he's been a colossal failure. Like, if you had to look at Tua's career in his first 2 years, he's been a success.
I know.
And
hey, listen, I'm the crazy nut that said he had a phenomenal rookie year. Okay? While mediocre, not good. No, he was phenomenal considering what happened to him, how he was coming out of a hip injury, didn't have an off season. There's COVID, all this and that, and he had a guy that wasn't in his quarter. Dude, he was phenomenal. He's been good, man. Now is when I expect him to take that step forward, because if you have support, we should also. If you have the skill set and you have the support, then you should have success. Period. End of story.
So repeat that again.
If you have the skill set and you have the success, you should get it done. You should be successful. Okay? Now, if you don't have the skill set, I don't care what support you have, you're not going to get it done. But I believe he has the skill set. He just hasn't had the support. Now he has the support. With that combination, we can all succeed. I didn't have any support at QAM, and it is what it is. Now we have our support, we have everybody, and we're doing 26 million download this year. Something that no one is going to be doing on local radio anywhere. So you got to have support, bro. You got to have support. If you don't
build it yourself.
Well, yeah, but you build it to the point that you get the support. That's what we've done. That's what we've done. You know what I mean? That's what all of us have done in this platform, that we've built it up so we can get the support that we need. And that's kind of the idea. And you have to feel it too, bro. Everybody has to feel it when you walk into that building. You have to see it in the pictures, in the videos. You see it in Tua's body language, all of those things.
Yeah, Tyreek said something about confidence yesterday that I've never really thought about. And and he is trying to build Tua up. He's trying to build him up from a confidence standpoint, to think that you're the best quarterback in the world. There's no reason why you can't be Patrick Mahomes.
Exactly.
technically, outside of the arm, there is no reason he can't be Patrick Mahomes.
He has enough arm to play the game at an incredibly high
Absolutely.
level. I'm not worried about that.
At elite level, did you say? At a what level?
At an incredibly high level.
High level.
I have no problem. Dude, we have this misconception that all bombs are 70 yards in the air.
No question.
It's the stupidest thing in the freaking world, bro. The ball usually is in the air 15, 20, 30 yards.
Drew Brees never had a cannon. Tom Brady never had a cannon. Peyton Manning never had a cannon. You don't need a cannon. What you need is accuracy and anticipation.
Exactly.
And those are the
normally the ball, Omar, the ball's in the air only 15, 25, 35 yards. It's Tyreek with the speed. It makes it a 70-yard touchdown.
Throwing the ball to a receiver in stride, allowing him to catch it without slowing his speed, or that gives you the extra yards. I completely agree with you. And that's what, I say this last year as somebody who is, I know I'm not on 2 and On. I don't want to be on 2 and On.
You're not allowed.
I know I'm not allowed. I'm good.
I know you lost your train of thought.
No.
When we're in Arizona lifting up the trophy, celebrating with Tua,
it's the arc throws. It's the arc throws, and people don't understand what I mean by arc. I mean, it goes like this. It's drop it right in a bucket.
Yeah.
And it's where only his wide receiver can catch that ball. Those passes you might see 3 times in practice. And I'm like, yeah, that's it.
Oh, yes,
and then last year when you see the pocket presence with that shit show of a line, just like think about Tannehill. Put just in your mind as a Dolphins fan, remove Tua and put Tannehill back there.
Well, Tannehill was the most sacked quarterback or second most sacked quarterback in the NFL with a running game.
Yes, and think about and think about all the struggles that Tannehill would have had. Whereas Tua is evading pressure, Tua is eluding pressure, Tua is stepping up in pressure. He's got what he needs. He does. Absolutely, he's got what he needs. And, I say this knowing that there's no guarantee he's going to be elite. But does he have every single thing that he takes to be a Chad Pennington, to be a Kurt Warner? Absolutely. No question. Will he be elite? I don't know.
I think what we have to separate that comment that you're saying is he can be an elite passer. He doesn't have to have the freakish talent. Okay, that's the difference. You can be, Drew Brees was elite. He didn't have elite talent,
Correct.
but he was elite, and so you can be elite without having. Because I've watched Roger Staubach, I've watched Fran Tarkenton, I've watched, guys that weren't necessarily these physical specimens, but they played the game at an incredibly high level at times, and they could do that because they were great quarterbacks. And it's something that I talk about all the time because it's accuracy, it's ball placement, it's anticipatory skills, all of those kind of things. That's what those guys have, bro. Phillip Rivers played at a high level, and he didn't have a gun or anything, bro.
Phillip had a gun.
Not a gun, no, bro, not a gun. He had like this shot put that was a decent throw, but it wasn't. It wasn't a Marino, a Warren Moon. It wasn't a Mahomes. It wasn't.
Phillip had a better arm than
even the kid we have in the Bills, Josh Allen. He's got a freaking cannon, bro.
No, he got a cannon. Phillip had a shotgun. Now Phillip had a shotgun.
Yeah, but it wasn't a gun. I watched that thing a lot.
Hold on. You don't need the cannon.
That's what I'm saying. That's my point. But we have too many. It's the whole thing about the deep ball. Oh, he could throw the deep ball. The deep ball is only 25, 35, 40 yards downfield. He can do that easily, and the receiver does the rest. But everybody thinks the deep ball is normally 75, 80 yards downfield.
It's
And
not.
that's just not that
It's
that
dumb.
happens once or twice a year to a couple quarterbacks and a Flacco and a Mahomes or whatever.
Broken, and it's
it.
broken plays.
Yeah, and of course, exactly. Great call on your part. So that's why it's just kind of a misconception thing. There's a lot of quarterbacks over the years, whether they were tall or medium or whatever.
He
They didn't
had
incredible.
plenty of deep balls last
Yeah,
year.
hey, Marino didn't have any athleticism whatsoever, dude. He can only shift and move a couple of inches.
Ooh, but he can
That's all he needed in order to burn your ass. And he had the great arm. Some guys, either they're not gifted with one thing or another. That doesn't mean they can't become.
You remember when Marino was playing like Frankenstein?
Yeah, of course. I covered it. Yes.
Yeah, like, and he would still whoop your ass.
Exactly. And the guy couldn't move. He wasn't John Elway. He was never John Elway. Yet he was elite in his own way.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And so that's what I'm saying, that you don't have to have the gifted arm that you can throw it out of the stadium and then be considered elite. There's lots of quarterbacks over the years that have played at a really high level, and they don't have the gun that you can throw out of it. So to me, Tua can be an elite passer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I get it. Not an elite talent, like a freakish talent. Okay, fine. But I've seen a ton of freakish talents. You know, Jeff George that I wouldn't trust, or Russell, Jay Cutler. What's the Jamarcus Russell kid?
Ooh, yeah.
You know, there's I've seen guys. Akili Smith was super gifted. Vince Young was super gifted. But in the end, bro, it's a matter of this right here.
Anticipation, accuracy. I remember I used to keep this piece of paper on my desk that a elite quarterback developer once told me. I don't share who it was. But atop the list, accuracy, anticipation. I got to find it again. I think I've written a column about it, but I don't know where that piece of paper is. But it was the 10 traits an elite quarterback needed. I kept that list from Henny. And I could tell you, I got to find that list and find what I know I've written a column about it. Tua's got at least 6 or 7 of those traits. And the others are to be determined. So okay. We'll see. We'll see. He's got to step up and be a leader that inspires people, and that to me is what 2022 is all about.
What else are you working on in the Sun Sentinel so the peoples can check you out?
I'm going to mention 2 names to you, and I want to get your response. Okay.
Okay.
Lynn Bowden Jr.
Okay. You want the response?
Yeah, give me the response.
Multi-talented kid who is totally unproven and very intrigued to see if he can add something to the offense. Just an unknown. Unknown.
Hunter Long.
Wow, I have no idea who the hell Hunter Long is. Obviously, they liked him. I'm not sure if it was a Flores thing because of the whole Boston College thing. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure if it was a Flores thing because Gesicki didn't block, and Flores wanted the guy that could block.
Listen, if Brian Flores hated Tua, trust me, he hated Mike Gesicki.
Well, I know they didn't get along. That I can tell you. I know for a fact that those two did not get along. I know that.
And I will say this to you.
I can tell you it's a fact. Okay.
I will say this to you, and I dropped this in my observations of practice report from yesterday. Mike Gesicki's running routes differently, and one of my biggest concerns outside of the blocking. Let's put that to the side. Like I don't believe that it'll ever happen. Okay. Right. Let's put that to the side. Okay. You know where we stand on this.
And that's fair, bro. That's fair. That's a fair criticism of his.
But one of my other criticisms of Mike Gesicki throughout the years was he is slow to build up speed. He takes forever to get into the top of his route. And I've noticed that was different.
That's most tight ends, bro. Not all of them are Darren Waller and Vernon Davis, and there's a couple of those freaks, bro. But most of them, remember, Doggy, they're long striders, so it takes them tight ends that usually
not all of them are long striders. But I hear what your point is. But him more than most.
And by the way, can I just throw one more caveat in there? How many fast risers are white?
Never thought about it. The volleyball ones.
Okay. Not a lot of those. There are not a lot of fast white tight ends that are breaking off the line and they're disappearing like Darren Waller. You know what I'm saying? I hate to use the whole race thing, but I got to throw it out there. You know what I'm saying? There's not a lot of those guys in the history of the damn game, by the way, because my mind is racing and I'm trying to think of a
lot of elite white tight ends,
white guy and I don't know, maybe George Kittle, maybe a
lot
little
of
bit.
Elite white tight ends out there now.
Huh?
A lot of elite white tight ends out there now.
Right, but they're not like what you're talking about. They're not Darren Waller off the line. They're not Vernon Davis off the line.
But the point is,
by the way, folks, I'm talking about the young Vernon Davis who came out of college and was a 4.3 guy.
Oh, don't small. People better put some respect on Vernon Davis. You know he's an actor now, right?
Vernon Davis is a monster, bro.
You know he's an actor, like movie actor.
Yeah. No, I'm a big Vernon Davis fan, bro. That guy was
series actor,
but he was a stud, bro. Stud. Yeah. I mean, Jesus Christ, that guy's a freak. You know what I'm saying? There aren't a lot of those guys, Omar. They take a little bit to get going. That's all I'm saying.
My point is, Gesicki's like yesterday. He ran a seam. He ran a seam route. Got there. And for Skylar Thompson. And I was like, who is this Mike Gesicki? I don't know that guy. Looked like a totally different receiver.
Maybe a different route that wasn't in the tree for him.
It probably was. Probably was.
What was it, like a skinny post is what you're talking about, is what he ran?
I couldn't see what that top of the route was because they were blocking. They were on, you will understand this. They were on the opposite field, and then we were on the field level, and then defenders were standing in front of us.
Oh,
so
I see what you're saying. So the angle.
You as somebody who watches practice, you know what that's like. Like,
yeah, it's a pain in the ass, right?
You're like peeking between players to see what the hell's going on.
Right.
So it wasn't an ideal situation for me to see what the top of the route was, but it was straight up the post. It was straight up the seam. And I was just like, and he got there. And I only saw it I knew how fast he got there because I was on field level. And I was like, I didn't know Mike Gesicki can run that fast. Like,
good athlete, man. He's a good athlete.
He's a good athlete, but he takes forever to build up speed. Let's be real about it.
It's fine. It's fine.
And
no problem.
If this tight end coach can teach him, and this tight end coach has worked with some good tight ends. I forget what his name, Embry.
Yeah.
If he could teach him how to get to the top of his route quicker and how to get off a block, woo, he might be something. He might be something.
And I think that you're going to see Gesicki maybe even pick up some blocks, secondary blocks, not first level blocks. Okay. But I can see him helping out because let's go back.
If he can teach him how to block, this guy needs to be in the Hall of Fame.
Let's go back to your Tyreek and Tua conversation, young man. Right now is the time where you build them up. Hey, Mike, you didn't do this. Hey, Mike, you didn't do that. You know why you didn't do it, man? Because people didn't believe in you. We believe in you. Okay. We think you can do this. And and I believe that Mike can do this. He can pick up a safety. He can pick up a safety or a corner, not a defensive lineman, not a tackle, not a middle linebacker, or maybe not even an edge outside rushing linebacker.
Yeah. Can you block Andrew Van Ginkel?
The secondary
level.
Mike
Gesicki block Andrew Van Ginkel?
Yeah. Like eventually, I think he could get in his way. Okay, he could kind of get in his way, but I don't think. But Omar, you're misunderstanding me. I don't think they're going to require him to block the first level.
No, they're not.
I think he's going to be a big receiver like the other receivers, and he's going to pick up safeties and other DBs in the way when the running back gets that second level. that's where I think Gesicki is going to help out in his blocking.
And are you confident in who plays?
Because that's how you build up the confidence. You get him to that level this year, and then you say maybe every once in a while you might, all right, I want you to run right across and knock the hell out of that end for us and try to open it up for us. I can see that later on, but this year, I think he's going to be a factor helping out in the second level. That's all I'm saying.
So Hunter Long is just a complete mystery to you.
Yeah, dude, he is mystery meat. I have no idea what we're getting from him whatsoever.
What if I told you he's gotten bigger and stronger this offseason?
Oh, then they're gonna then that tells me they want him to block like crazy.
Oh, and you do know, and people don't know this, but he started his first game as a rookie. People don't know that.
Okay, so let me tell you something. Here's what I want. Here's what we're gonna look at for Hunter Long. Now you told me that they built him up. Then that tells me they're gonna use him H-back, and that tells me they're going to have him learn some Alec Ingold type of situations. So I can actually see him coming off the line and coming to the back and playing a little fullback too. So I can see something like that. If you tell me they bulked him up, it's because
he's gotten stronger. You can see his shoulders are broader. I'm holding on. I'm holding.
So is it broader? Is it bigger, or is he just filling in?
It's bigger, and he's more muscular defined.
So I'm intrigued because they're going to give him a role. They're going to have to give him a role, and something tells me that it might be something of an H-back / fullback type of role. He can pass catch, remember. So if he can block, then if he has the athleticism and the smarts to pick up the extra blitzer, then he might be able to fill in. You don't have a backup for Alec Ingold. I'm not telling you you're going to have a perfect backup because nobody cares.
You do. There's going to be one on the practice squad.
Right. But in a game where Alec Ingold gets banged up, you may have to move Hunter Long in that spot. So that's all I'm saying, that maybe just from a outsider's perspective, from what you're telling me, maybe there might be a little bit of
that. We got mini camp next week, so off season's almost over. They got one after mini camp.
Yeah. Watch Hunter, see if they move him around, because they have. If he's not going to be your number one tight end like Gesicki is, then you have to try to find another role for him. And if you're so run oriented, then he's going to be part of that blocking scheme.
Got to be.
Yeah, exactly.
Because here's my thing. Are you confident with the tight end who's going to be doing 600 snaps in line a season?
No, you can't. You can't. You don't want to do that to him. Smythe is the guy. So then Hunter becomes the guy that backs up Smythe and backs up Ingold. That's what I think.
That's a good plan.
That's what I think. But that's just, we'll see. We'll see. All right. So that's what you're working on, the Sentinel. A couple of stories on those guys.
Yeah. I'm getting ready for rookie camp. I'm getting ready for mini camp.
Okay.
Then my Pittsburgh Post-Gazette job. So
there you go. There you go. I didn't even bring it up this time. All right. There you go. Follow him on Twitter at Omar Kelly. And of course, you can catch him twice a week here, as we're always talking Dolphins here. Hardcore, baby. And make sure you also subscribe to the Sun Sentinel and support Omar and all the other great writers we have.
I'm on I Am Athlete tonight, which is their serious show on Channel 82 for the rest of this week from 7 to 9. Channel 82.
Look out, pulling that extra check. All right. Yeah.
Going to be a main check soon.
I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. Good for you. That's what you need. We need like 8 jobs in this world in order to survive. It's like that Jamaican skit that was on Living Color, right?
In Living Color, absolutely. I got 6 jobs, man.
Right, exactly. I was gonna say Saturday Night Live, and I go, no, actually, that was in Living Color.
6 jobs. God, imagine if In Living Color had like a special. Wouldn't you watch?
Oh, for sure. They tried. Wayman's tried to kind of resurrect it, but they just could not get it done. But yeah, dude, That show was so good, man.
Did they try to resurrect it?
They tried. Wayman Brothers tried. It was like 3-4 years ago. There was some talk about it, but it just never materialized, unfortunately. But yeah, you know what? You're never able to recapture that match.
Nah, you can't.
That's the one thing that I give.
That Arsenio Hall show. You remember Arsenio Hall show came back?
Right. Exactly. And see, this is why Saturday Night Live, I give them credit, because they've given you different casts throughout the year and you never get burned out. And you really can't keep the same cast for a long, long time, because then everybody will get burned out of them. And they always seem to find new people. And it may not be as good as one era or the other, but every era has some good people. You know what I mean? Like right now, they're losing Kate McKinnon. Dude, Kate McKinnon is top 20 of all time. She's one of the greatest SNL actors they've ever had. That woman has played 4,000 roles, man. She's awesome.
I can't even tell you who she is, but yes, I believe you.
Yeah, but that's the difference. That's where I give them credit, that they've been able to change over time. But it's hard to recapture that magic, man. It just is. All right. Let's see. John C., who just gave us a little love. He says, it's nice to get to know these insiders a little better. Keep up the good work. Well, thank you very much. And Omar, thank you, my friend. We will catch up on Friday.
All right.
Talk to you later. All right. You got it, baby. Be good. There you go. Omar Kelly and our EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report. Let's go into the final and fourth hour of the program.
You've been listening to the EJDconstruction.com Miami Dolphins report with Omar Kelly. For additions, home remodeling, or custom work, call Eric at 305-433-4843. EJDconstruction.com is the custom home builder and general contractor you can trust. 305-433-4843.
Get locked out in the worst moments of your life.
Where are my car keys? Man, I can't find my house keys.
In those frustrating moments, you need a locksmith you can count on. A. Lenny Locksmiths in South Florida, from Miami to Port St. Lucie. In Central Florida, A. Lenny locks it down in Orlando and Tampa Bay. Lockouts or lock changes for home or business. Car key replacements and programming all model cars. 24-hour service. Call them at 855-869-5625. Go to the website at alennylocksmith.com.
If you're a Miami sports fan, then there's only one store to go to, and that's Caneswear at Miami Fanwear in Davie. They're your one-stop shop for all your inner Miami CF, Canes, Dolphins, Panthers, and Marlins merchandise. They have hats, t-shirts, game day jerseys, and so much more. Located at 2511 South University Drive in Davie, and open 24/7 online at caneswear.com or innermiamiwear.com. Call them at 954-835-5597. Caneswear, the spot where inner Miami and all Miami sports fans shop.
Oh, great. You got a doorbell camera. Now you got a front row seat to your house getting robbed.
No.
And there's nothing you can do about it.
Get out of my house!
Oh, Mom's jewelry. There goes the TV. I'm sure it'll turn up at the pawn shop.
No!
Just because you can see them, that doesn't mean you can stop them. With Slowens, you get 24-hour monitoring, a free home security system, and professional installation. Plus, a free doorbell camera.
Free?
One that'll actually work for you. It's not total security unless it's the Sloman Shield. Call 1-800-ALARM-NATE.
Sports Grill on Bird Road, Miami Lakes, and their newest location in Doral is now hiring. If you're looking to join a great company and South Florida institution, give them a ring or drop an email. Sports Grill is hiring all kinds of positions from hostess to servers, bartenders, or join the kitchen staff to craft some great food for their amazing customers. Please send your resume to m.cruz@sportsgrillmiami.com or call 305-219-5726. That's 305-219-5726. Sports Grill. Good food, good drink, good friends. The viewpoint statements or beliefs expressed on the following program by the host, guests, or callers are not necessarily the opinions of FantasyXS.com, Media Group Inc. ownership, management, sponsors, or website.
The Big O Radio Show is brought to you by HialeahParkCasino.com. Enjoy simulcast racing, dining, a magnificent poker room, and a casino with the most popular machines on the market. OKCoin.com. Download the app on iOS, Google Play, or Windows. OKCoin.com with over 50 different coins and incredible staking rewards. Pallet Rack City. There's only one place to find the finest racks in the business. Pallet Rack City. 305-424-8547. That's 305-424-8547.
When it comes to South Florida sports teams, very few in the media have witnessed, lived, and covered it like the Big O. Let's start the program dedicated to your favorite South Florida teams with a passion that's unmatched. The Big O Radio Show is on. Here's the Big O.
Hey, welcome back for the final hour of the program. Appreciate all of you, as always, for keeping it locked here on the show. Let's see, what do we have here? I see Hard Knocks. You know, Hard Knocks is going to do in season with the Detroit Lions, which I cannot wait. That's just one of those train wrecks. You know, Dan Campbell for me is an absolute train wreck. And I've just never believed in the ankle grabber or biter or whatever you want to call them. But I didn't see the in season last year with the Colts. I have it saved there, but I never watched it actually. So I don't know how good it was. You know, you got a bunch of people watching. Any of you watch the Colts in season Hard Knocks one? Was it any good? Well, this year they're going to do it with the Arizona Cardinals. So you're going to have the Lions during the preseason training camp, and then they're going to put the Cardinals. So, Colts were kind of fighting for that playoff spot. Carson Wentz. And Arizona is going to be fighting for a playoff spot. But, with the whole Kyler Murray thing and the drama that's behind the whole Kyler Murray craziness, kind of adds to that spiciness of Hard Knocks. But I never got to see the in-season one, if it was any good or not for Indy. Maybe now during the summer, if things slow down, I'll watch the Indy one. I never took it off my YouTube thing, only because the whole Carson Wentz, how it all ended and how Irsay lost it with Wentz. And obviously Wentz was incredibly butthurt with what happened with the whole Indy thing, but dude, he fell apart, and I get it. I don't know what happened to Carson Wentz, dude. He came out of college, and Tyreek Hill yesterday was talking about how confidence is everything in football. Carson Wentz came out of college with a boatload of confidence. I saw him at the Senior Bowl. He took over that week. Guys gravitated to him. He went to Philadelphia and looked like a monster. And he was making freakish athletic plays that you were like, holy moly. And he was full of confidence. He was full of bravado. All of those things were in his game. And then the injuries mounted, and all of a sudden he started to lose confidence, and he is a shell of what he used to be. And it's all about confidence with Carson Wentz. Every bit of it has to do with confidence, not ability. Whatever happened to him, he lost his mojo. And it's one of those weird things. We watched Chuck Knobloch and Rick Ankiel and, others just throughout life. And we've watched it in sports that there are just guys that Uwe von Schamann, for those of you that are old enough, he was a hell of a kicker until one point, boom, and it was over, bro. And with kickers, it's kind of notorious. So it's a whole, but still, it shows you confidence. And confidence is everything and anything in life. It helps you get through a lot of things, through ups and downs, and through tough times. That if you have the confidence in yourself, you're going to find a way to get through it. And you're going to prove that it was whatever it was on the periphery. It had nothing to do with you. But in Carson Wentz's situation, it has everything to do with him. And right here, man, right here. I don't know what the hell it is. But the Cardinals story is kind of intriguing because he hasn't gotten his contract. So that one is Eric says Wentz looked great his first. He was a month. He looked like a Hall of Famer his first couple of years. Washington is loaded with talent. Wentz has a chance to succeed this year if the O-line plays well. I don't know, Eric. I don't know if he can succeed anymore. Duke Tomlin says, Big O, my girlfriend thinks you're better looking than me. Wow. That's not good for you because I am not good looking at all. But tell her thank you for the very nice compliment, and then tell her to go check her eyes. Okay? If she lives here in South Florida, I can lead her to an eye doctor, help her out there a little bit. She clearly needs some help with those eyes. Antonio Gibson needs to stay healthy for them to. Yeah, he's a nice player, man. He's definitely a nice player. Greater good, fighting for the likes. Thank you, as always. Please hit the like button. It is very, very, very important that you hit the like button. I do want to remind you, Blue Chew, yeah. Blue Chew is a new sponsor of ours. We love talking about Blue Chew because, hey, man, guys may need a little help sometimes in the bedroom. And, spring is sprung. We got the summer here. Well, right now it's time for you to get into a little Blue Chew. Listen, confidence can take you far in life, even for Carson Wentz. It can also help you in the bedroom. That's right, folks, especially when it comes time to step up to the plate. You want to hit a home run. You want to hit a grand slam? Well, Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead and be ready for whenever it arises, baby. When that opportunity arises, you need to take advantage of it, folks. So the best part, you can do it all online. No visits to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, no waiting in line in the pharmacy, and you're kind of looking around. You're, Cialis. What, sir? Cialis. Excuse me? Cialis. Oh, damn it. And then everybody's kind of looking at you. Yeah. This is all done at home. Nobody knows, okay? Process is simple. Sign up at bluechew.com. You can consult with one of their licensed medical providers. And once you're approved, you're going to receive the prescription within days. Blue Chew tablets are made right here in the USA and prepared and shipped directly to you and to your door in a discreet package. That's what it's all about, folks. And, of course, women say there's nothing sexier than confidence, right? So Blue Chew can help you with that confidence, folks. And right now, we've got a special deal. How about free? You like free? We're going to give you free. Blue Chew free when you use our promo code Big O. That's right, baby. Give her the Big O. And check out. All you got to do is pay $5 for shipping. That's it. And BlueChew.com promo Big O. And you're going to get your first month for free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And we thank Blue Chew for being a big-time sponsor.
I've got wood.
So it's all about. That's what it's all about, a little Blue Chew. All right. So there you go. Duke Tomlinson is ordering some Blue Chew, and he says, thank you, Big O. No, he just says thank you. Let's see. What else do we have here on the program? All right, I promised you I wanted to get into a little Miami Dolphins talk. And first of all, I'm glad I didn't play the Mike McDaniel press conference because it's just the off season. I can't expect a lot of juicy comments from it. And really, there wasn't much. There was just one really good comment that I wanted to talk about. I want to elaborate a little bit. And it's pretty cool coming off Omar's segment because we kind of actually touched on something like this. And so I want you to hear Mike McDaniel. He was asked about the fullback position and the explanation of why he has a fullback. And, over the years, a lot of us Dolphin fans have always said, hey, man, why don't you get a fullback, this, that? And the fullback is like this position that has been, I don't know, it's almost eliminated from the NFL because of the pass-happy league that it's been. The fullback has kind of lost its place in the league, It's like watching a post-up center in the NBA. It's rare. It's hard to find a center that can post people up nowadays. And it's a skill set that's gone, right? Same thing here with the fullback. And I thought Mike McDaniel's explanation of the fullback is one that would get any Miami Dolphin fan excited. Sean Stanley, sir, can we play that soundbite from Mike McDaniel explaining the fullback?
It's been extremely impactful. I've been fortunate enough since the year 2005 to be in the same structure offense, and this would be my 7th team. And from the starting point, day one installation had a fullback involved. And one of the advantages of a fullback is that you have a backfield player that can give you different numbers on each side of the center depending on the direction he goes. So if you're in just a normal dot formation, you have 2 eligibles on each side, and then the halfback at home. Well, when you're in the I formation, is it 3x1 or is it 2x2? That's from a starting point. And, it doesn't hurt that a lot of offenses have gone away from that, only because with the historical experience that our staff has had, and myself included, defenses aren't as adept at fitting those types of plays, whether it's runs or passes, and defending against it, which is a competitive advantage when you're able to find a fullback that's, it's just not any ordinary human being, or you must play with a fullback. You have to have an athletic player that is smart and can understand a lot of schemes and can read on the fly. But when that position player plays fast, it can be pretty disruptive to teams that aren't used to going against it.
That is just absolutely sweet. And because he has an understanding that teams don't prepare for a fullback much. Example, and it's a different example, but you can use it. Lamar Jackson. You don't fear Lamar Jackson and Baltimore's passing game. You fear their running game, right? Because Lamar is such a great runner. He can change directions. He can make you miss. He flies like the wind. Nobody has ever run like Lamar Jackson. It's just never been, it's never existed. And then he has a running game next to him, which also adds to it. And he has a very physical line and a team that has that attitude that that's what they do best. All right. So you've got to adjust to that offense. And it takes some time sometimes to adjust to all of that stuff because it's so different. And throughout the week, it's hard for you to prepare for it because you cannot duplicate it in practice. Well, if you don't run a fullback and you don't have a fullback, you're not going to be able to prepare for it the same way because the linebackers aren't meeting fullbacks at the line of scrimmage a lot of times. They're used to meeting running backs. They're used to dealing with, tight ends or somebody else on the line. They're not used to a big, thick dude that's coming that is ready to knock you out at the same time and hits as hard as you do, because that's what fullbacks do. They're used to hitting. And so the preparation is different. So it gives you an advantage against some teams. Obviously, there's still a couple of teams left. If you happen to face one of them, they can at least do some of those elements and kind of do it. And then he talked about how it does give you an advantage on one side of the center or the other side of the center in the blocking schemes, obviously, because it gives you an advantage where you're going to be able to pick up an extra man on either side so you can run a play to whatever side you're going from strong to weak side. You know what I mean? So again, that gives you a competitive advantage too, depending on how you move the guy around. And then he talked about how when he can play explosive and fast because he's used to being in the offense, and I think when he's talking about that, he's also talking about the passing game, where it's a guy that's going to fake a block and then shoot out and catch a pass and get you 5, 10, 15 yards, downfield. The other thing, when you talk about this is now this becomes another cog to your running game, which is the most obvious part that everybody looks at. They don't really look at the competitive advantages that it could create on either side of the center. They don't really think about the preparation from other teams from week in and week out that, this team doesn't have a fullback. They never face fullbacks. This will be a challenge for them. All those kind of things, people look at those. But the obvious one is, well, no, he's going to help in the running game, of course. And that's where you get that extra blocker. And remember, this is the guy that's also going to pick up that extra blitzer for Tua. A major problem last year. You know what I mean? Now, you hope that this offensive line is much better than the one from last year, which would make the job of the running back and the fullbacks a little easier because they don't have somebody escaping and getting through, and then all of a sudden you've got to pick up that block, that rusher that got free. You know what I'm saying? So the obvious part is that he's going to help in your blocking in your running game and that he's going to help protect your quarterback. But talking about all the other things, playing fast inside the offense, creating opportunities or advantages on either side of the center in your running game or even in a pass game. And then, of course, the competitive advantage you have in preparation more often than not, because most teams in the NFL, what is it like? What are we down to? 4, 5, 6, 7 teams, 8 teams maybe in the NFL that have a fullback? I don't even know if we go as far as 8. But there's not a lot. So you're going to play against a bunch of teams that don't have fullbacks. So that is a soundbite that just is beautiful. You know what I mean? And that's where what I like about all of this is if they do figure out the running game, the fact that they have an ultimate dedication to the line, to the run game. And that's going to make Tua so much better this year. But the fact that they've had success, he also talked about this in his press conference. He's been in the same offense now in 6 different teams for 17 years. So he knows the offense inside and out. So he's bringing the philosophy here, and then he's adapting the players that he needs in order to run this offense. Which, again, that familiarity, the fact that he's had success with different teams running that offense, it makes it a lot easier to make that transition here because he's made it several other times. But the best part about all of this is they have to run the ball. Now, and I don't mean it in a cliche-ish way. Well, of course, you got to run the ball. You got to be successful. You got to run the ball. Every team's got to do that. No. In order to run this offense, you must run the ball. So Mike McDaniel, in every stop that he's been, along with Shanahan and company, they've run the ball. Because the offense doesn't work if you don't run the ball. And offenses don't work nearly as well anyway when you can't run the ball. As great as Marino was, and those of us that had the pleasure, like myself, to watch every snap of Marino's career, we all know that if he had a guy to hand it off to him that would get 12 to 1,500 yards a year, his life would have been a lot easier. The offense would have been a hell of a lot more dangerous. Sure, we had fun watching the Marx brothers run around and Dorio Harris and Jimmy Cephalo and all these guys catch passes and Johnson and Hardy and Rose and all these different cats and Jim Jensen and everything. Yeah, we had fun watching the passing game. But in hindsight, we all know that if Dan actually had the right side of the line in the running game, the Dolphins probably would have won a Super Bowl. So the bottom line is, over the years, we want to run the ball. We want to run the ball. But if we don't run the ball, we'll just pass and we'll adapt. And those days are done. These guys have to run the ball. It's the only way they know how to run this offense. And we are a fan base that has had a franchise that over the years can't run the ball. Little windows with Ricky Williams, a little window with Lamar Smith, a very small window with Jay Ajayi. But outside of that, overall, we never run the ball. We never can really dominate on the ground. And that's the best part about all of this, is that they have the added. It's kind of like the Heat, that if you go play for the Heat, you got to learn how to play some defense. If you can't play defense, we don't really have a lot of use for you. Duncan Robinson. But anyway, so, the good thing about this is you got to run the ball, and they know it. All right. I wanted to talk about that soundbite from Mike McDaniel. I thought that was a really cool one. The other one that is getting, I guess, a little traction out there right now, and most of it is, I guess, kind of negative, I guess, in a way. I look at it as a positive. I don't necessarily look at it as any kind of negative whatsoever. And Omar Kelly and I talked a little bit about this. Tyreek Hill was, asked about Tua yesterday and playing with Tua. And here is how he described playing with Tua. Sean, can you please play Mr. Tyreek Hill, sir?
I mean, it's nothing weird. At first I thought it was going to be something crazy, the ball going all over the place, but Tua actually has, probably one of the prettiest balls I've ever caught in my life. So it's very catchable. I don't want to concede it because the more I talk, the more it sounds weird. So Tua is a very accurate quarterback. That's all I'm going to say.
So, and I know that in another time he threw in the word cannon, and obviously it's not what we would call his arm a cannon. I get all of that. I don't really care about that part, to be honest with you. But he did kind of paint the picture that he thought it was going to be all over the place. By the way, this is the same guy that said Pat Mahomes was trash his rookie year. Those were the words. The word was trash. Okay. And then Pat Mahomes got better for him, right? And so here's the guy that tells you, I thought maybe it would be all over the place. And I don't think he meant, again, I know the negative people out there are going to say, he thought Tua sucked. No, dude. What he means by that, he thought it was going to be all over the place. They hadn't played together. So the timing was going to be off and all that kind of stuff. And I think he's actually been pleasantly surprised that Tua has adjusted quickly, because Tua has anticipatory skills. We've talked about this before. You're a kid. I am too. We go to the park to play some football. It's a 3-on-3. It's a 4-on-4. It's a 5-on-5. Hell, there's enough guys, 6-on-6, let's say. So you're going to pick teams. Usually, the two guys that can play the best quarterback are the guys that are picking the players. That's usually what you do, right? But what's the problem usually when you have 6 to 12 guys trying to play football? There's only one guy, really, if you're lucky, that can pass, that can truly pass. The other guy may have a little bit of an arm, maybe a little bit of an athlete, but isn't a passer. The passer, if you notice, when you're a kid, doesn't matter if you're a kid, doesn't matter if you're an adult, doesn't matter if you're playing in the NFL, college, XFL, CFL, I don't care. I don't care. It doesn't matter. The guy that's a passer, right? He drops back and he tells the kid, hey, man, just run downfield. I'll throw it to you. Never played with the kid before. This kid biked in from the next neighborhood. He was bored. Nobody was around. He goes, let me go over to this park. Sometimes I see him play football. Sure enough, there's a couple guys there. He pulls up the bike. He says, hey, fellas, can I play? Yeah, man, we need a couple more guys. Come on over. Hey, what's up? You get to meet him. You shake hands, whatever. Yeah. No fist pumping in those days. This happens nowadays too, by the way. I don't know, not as much because you guys don't play really unorganized football nowadays. Kids don't play a lot of unorganized sports, but back in our day when we were playing it. So this kid's never played with him. All of a sudden, he's going downfield. And the one kid in your group that can throw the ball, he throws it on a dime, drops it right in front of the kid to catch it, and they score a touchdown. Right? That's because you have it, period. And I think Tyreek Hill, in that comment, when he said, I thought it was going to be all over the place, I think he was thinking, I've never played with this kid. He's going to have to adjust to my speed. I'm at another level, this and that, because he's Tyreek Hill. I play with twin turbos. And all of a sudden, he's throwing it all over the place, and he's on target, and he's leading him right, and all those kind of things. And I think that's what Tyreek Hill was trying to tell you in that soundbite, that, hey, man, this guy's really accurate. Like, wow, I did not know. And to piggyback on something else we talked about with Omar, the beauty of not just running the ball and giving to a running game, which takes a lot of pressure off of them. The linebackers aren't on their toes or on their heels constantly, all those kind of things. Okay, that's going to help him, obviously, right? Well, the other thing that's going to help him is the speed that you've added to this team. So whether it's Chase or Mostert coming out of the backfield, there's going to be a lot of guys that are going to struggle to stay with those guys. Separation. Jalen Waddle or Tyreek Hill, number one corner. Take your pick. Okay, he'll still get separation on you. But whoever the number two corner is, and you're covering Hill or Waddle, more separations coming. Mike Gesicki. Yeah, you just kind of heard from Omar. He thought he saw Gesicki being a little quicker there, right? Well, Gesicki still is a mismatch as it is. More separation there coming. So my point is that when the young man drops back, he's going to have the defense guessing whether they're going to run or pass, which is a huge difference for him. He's going to have receivers that get separation, and hopefully the determination of Mike McDaniel and his staff that they need and must run the ball in order to run their offense. It's not just for Tua, it's for any quarterback that he's been in, will also make his life easy. So there's a lot of things that if you put them together, this should start working out, if at all, obviously barring injury, which is, the one thing that we all fear. But those were two of the comments that I thought were important from yesterday's gathering with the media. Angel says Tua has elite level accuracy and timing. I agree. Ian from Brooklyn says Tua also passed the speedy receivers at Bama, so he's most likely comfortable with the ball placement to Tyreek. Very good point, Ian. Very good point. He was used to a lot of speed at Alabama, but I think he's a guy that can adjust to all of that, man. All of that. Mike Who says, I'd rather accuracy over a cannon arm anyway. One of the hardest things to master is accuracy anyway. Knowing how to adjust to every weapon speed is a mega skill that millions are spent for. Amen, Mike. Amen. Brett says a legit running game and scheme should help the O-line. Yes, sir. Travis says Super Bowl, here we come. Yeah, baby. Let's go to Scottsdale. I'm with you. Tonight, Yurts over Desmond, please. Yeah, I don't think they're going to put Yurts in there, my man. Yurts has to be, in order for Yurts to play, you have to develop him a little bit more on the perimeter. You know what I'm saying? Because he's still not there as a physical presence inside and rebounding and all those kind of things. Although rebounding, yes. Defensive presence, no. But rebounding, he does do a pretty good job. I should say that. But until he becomes a shooter, like somebody in the chat board earlier in the day was saying, well, they should play, they should find another big man next to Bam. Well, no, it's not another big man. You got to get somebody that can shoot. Okay. If you ever put another big man out there with Bam, it has to be a guy that can stretch it all the way to the 3-point line. That's imperative. So Yurt, I think next year they'll probably try to work in starting in the summer league, which Sean and I will be out there with Ira and Anthony Chang. I think from that point on is when they're going to work on developing more of an outside game for Yurtseven. And he has it in him. He has a skill set. Now, we'll see if he can, develop it, but we'll see. Arnaldo says, Big O, I think it all starts with the O-line. If they play well, this offense could be scary. I agree. Totally. Running back room will certainly help if this rushing attack opens up the passing game and takes some pressure off Tua. Yes, sir, Irving. Tell Omar we cannot subscribe to the Sun Sentinel from outside the U.S. Got to update payment platform. Really? That's flat out stupid. Why? There must be some legal crap that the Sun Sentinel can't take subscriptions overseas. It must be, or something. If not, it's pure stupidity. If you're the Herald and the Sentinel and the Palm Beach Post, you need to accept subscriptions anywhere in the world. Wow, that's weird. Did not know that. Interesting nugget. About that. By the way, Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises, proud sponsor. Listen, man, they've been replacing roofs here in South Florida for over 25 years. A lot of you are coming up against your insurance policy. You might need it re-inspected. You might need it repaired. You might need it upgraded to hurricane standards now by some insurance companies. Please call the great people at Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com, 954-735-9826. That's 954-735-9826. Call them, tell them that Big O sent you, folks. They've been at this for over 25 years. Fully insured. Do not do that. Do not hire anyone that is not fully insured. And if you do hire someone else that isn't Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises, you better make sure they're insured and you better verify it before you allow them to step on your property, okay? Please do that, folks. I don't want you to end up in a lawsuit because you are open to a lawsuit if they get injured on your property and they're not insured. Very, very important. Please be alert on that. They specialize in all kinds of roofs. And here's the bonus. First listener who wants to replace their roofs in their business or their home, if they replace that roof, we will do a free show from your business or your home. So call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises, and if that insurance company and you've got the insurance premium coming up in the next month, 2 months, 3 months, and we're in the middle of hurricane season, make sure you call Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises, 954-735-9826. Great family, man. You're going to love them. Great people. They big supporters of our show, so please support the people that support us, and they do great work. Tommy B. Butts Jr. Enterprises.com. Okay? Normally, when sports and business collide, we do something kind of interesting here. We go with the KSDT Sports Business Report. All righty. Well, sports and business collide. When that happens, we've got this, and you got to check. This is crazy stuff, dude. This is a great story, And it shows you also how the U.S. government and the Federal Reserve have nothing on the NFL. Okay? Seriously. This is awesome. These people just produce money. Pepsi is keeping its sponsorship rights with the NFL, but they're giving up a core asset, the Super Bowl halftime show. That's right. The soda and snacks company officially renewed its nearly 4-decade partnership with the league on Tuesday. In the spring meetings in Atlanta, team owners voted to verify the renewal, which allows Pepsi to use NFL premium rights for its brands, including Frito-Lay and Tostitos. As part of the agreement, Pepsi is pouring in rights at the top of the NFL events, including the draft. Now, the company's sports drink Gatorade keeps its high visibility on the NFL sidelines. In addition, Pepsi and the NFL are teaming up to unveil a Gatorade pre-workout product for players this fall, and the line is expected to be available for consumers in 2023. Pepsi renewal were undisclosed, but the previous deal was reported about $2 billion over 10 years. That was the previous deal. $2 billion over 10 years. This is probably $3 or $4 billion. All right. Now, the one thing that will change is the halftime show. Pepsi won't be sponsoring the Super Bowl halftime show. Second time since 2012, these rights hit the marketplace. Auto parts manufacturer Bridgestone held the Super Bowl rights before Pepsi. 2022 Super Bowl halftime show featured iconic hip-hop stars Dr. Dre and Snoop Dogg. NFL partners with Jay-Z's Rock Nation produced the halftime show. CNBC reported in October the Super Bowl halftime rights could hit the market, and the NFL is going to seek up to $50 million for them. Bridgestone paid $5 million and $10 million annually. $50 million for those 20 minutes. I mean, the artists, they don't get paid for that halftime show. Think about that. $50 million, man. So you're making so much money through the TV rights, nationally, internationally, all the commercials that are in it, that obviously all the sponsorships, and now the halftime show is all by itself, and you can buy it for $50 million. 20 minutes, right? Is a halftime show, not 15. There's probably a little longer. 20 minutes for $50 million, dude. Wow. I mean, this league, we would not have a deficit in this country if the NFL ran it. That is just, that's impressive, man. $50 million. I think the MLS, like, go look. Can you look up the MLS broadcast rights fees for me, Sean? I want to say they're maybe a couple $100 million only for an entire league. These guys are going to get $50 million for 20 minutes and a halftime show. And it has nothing to do with the game itself. Wow, that's impressive, dude. That, my friends, is our KSDT. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. How much?
300 million.
Yeah, I knew it was a couple $100 million. So 1/6 of that is just the NFL halftime rights fees. Wow. Holy crap. That's impressive, man. All right. That is your KSDT CPA Sports Business Report.
This has been the KSDT Sports Business Report. KSDT CPA is one of South Florida's largest and one of the country's fastest growing accounting firms. KSDT is recognized by Forbes as one of the top tax and accounting firms for 2022. KSDT CPA is a full service firm that also excels in crypto. Visit online at ksdtcpa.com or call 305-670-3370.
There you go. There you go. And we thank all the great people there at KSDT CPAs. Please give them a ring. Go to their website so you can find out all the different things that they do and how they can help your business, how they can help your personal life, and not just your taxes. Or maybe you're doing an investment. They can help in all of that. They can help you assessing different things that you're trying to acquire. And they can make sure that what you're acquiring is worth the value of what you're paying. So the great people at KSDT CPAs, man, they've got, I think they told me it was like over 15 partners now. They've got over 150 employees. They've got offices in Daneland and in Weston. And telling you, great people there at KSDT CPAs. They will definitely take care of you. How many things can gross you out there, Sean? Are there a lot of foods in life that can gross you out? Because I know you're kind of a fan of food. Right, yeah, I figured you were going to go like that to me. All right, let me test you. Can I test you? Can I test everybody? We got a ton of people watching right now. And if you're downloading, whenever you're downloading it, please send me an email at bigoradioshow@yahoo.com or on the Welton Rayom text line, 855-912-1056. Wherever you're at, you can text us the answer. Snack Brands Ritz Crackers and Oreo Cookie are teaming up to release the Ritz X Oreo, first of its kind, sweet and savory product, a mashup, 1 part Ritz Cracker, 1 part Oreo Cookie. Limited edition Ritz X Oreo features 1 Ritz Cracker, 1 Oreo chocolate wafer, sandwich layer of smooth peanut butter flavor, cream, and the original Oreo cream. Fans will be able to get their hands on 1 free pack of this limited edition treat starting at 12 p.m. tomorrow Eastern, Thursday, May 26, by going to Oreo.com/Ritz. So you can get your 1 free pack, Oreo.com/Ritz. All you have to do is pay $3.95 for shipping, and you'll have to act fast because these things will not last long. Are you ordering this disgusting piece of contraption of, I don't mind a Ritz cracker and I don't mind an Oreo, I don't want them together? That's gross. Yeah. Sean? Well?
What was the website?
Oreo.com/Ritz. Tomorrow at noon. All right, Sean, you have a job. Tomorrow at Hialeah Park, you must remind us at 11:55 to tell the people to order that disgusting crap of, what is it? Oreo and Ritz. Ugh. I feel like I'm going to need like 10 tanks of water to wash that down.
What do you mean? I'm ordering it right now.
Do you guys, would you eat that? Would you guys eat it?
Hells yeah.
Well, no, I know you would now. I wouldn't. I can't handle that. Doesn't sound too bad, but crazy. Sweet and salty works. Party over, Bubba says. Pass on Ritz Oreo, says Brett. Boss says, no thanks. I despise liver. Can eat it. Oh, Lordy. Ritz cracker and Oreo. Ugh. I don't know, bro. That just doesn't fly for me, man. It's kind of gross, I got to say. What else do we have here? Oh, this is very cool. For those of you that like a little rock and roll, Neil Sean and Journey, they wrapped up a successful tour with Toto, and they've now released a new album. They're going to release it this summer, first one in a decade. Neil Sean says that they would like to include Carlos Santana in their celebrations. The San Francisco group turns 50 in 2023. Sean says they're going to reunite with old friends for a lengthy run honoring the achievement, beginning with the additional dates with Toto. We're going to celebrate our 50th anniversary, then celebrate it again in 24, Sean tells UCR. It's my 50th year with Journey, and I'm the only original member left. Jonathan Kane is 40 years with us. Dean Castronova has had 2 good decades, and Arnel Pineda is now 15 years, the longest-running singer with Journey. I did not realize that, wow, Arnel Pineda is now the longest-running singer with Journey, longer than Steve Perry. We already have about 40 shows booked with Toto. We're going to go and play all of the secondary markets that we missed this year in the same arenas. We'll play some of the main cities we missed this year. From there, Journey and Toto are planning to head to Europe and possibly South America to play a mix of arena and stadium gigs. We'll flip-flop and open for them over there, Sean says, detailing discussions with Toto's Steve Lukather regarding the overseas date. Sean says he's even looking at a bill that would add Santana into the mix. I know from experience of playing with Carlos as a kid how big Santana is all over the world. I saw an old poster that came up on Facebook from Bill Graham's day on the green, and it went Journey, Santana, Toto. I thought, yeah, I see that again. So Santana was immediately receptive to the idea. I talked to Carlos, and I talked to his manager about it the other day. He says Carlos definitely wants to do some stuff. And I said, what about the latter part of 23? Could we possibly go from big arenas in Europe to stadiums and finish out 23 in stadiums in South America and all of that? And I got to tell you something. I think I'm going to go to South America for that one. I'm going to tell my buddy Greep, yo, let's go. That's a good concert, man. Little trip to South America, you know, maybe a little Brazil, go to Rio, go see Santana, Journey, and Toto in Rio. Woo! That would be fun, man. That would be absolutely awesome if we can pull that off. So that's a very cool thing. So those of you out there that are big music fans, like yours truly, that might be one. Today in rock history, Sublime singer Bradley Nowell died of a heroin overdose in San Francisco in a hotel room. He was 28 years old. In 68 on this date, Simon and Garfunkel scored their second #1 album with Bookends, which featured hit songs A Hazy Shade of Winter, At the Zoo, Faking It, and Mr. and Mrs. Robinson. Pretty good. In 83 on this date, Dio released their album Holy Diver. You've been down too long in the midnight sea. Oh, what's becoming of me? Look out. In 74 on this date, Rick Wakeman became the first member of Yes to have an album hit #1 in the UK. It was his record Journey to the Center of the Earth, which went along with the movie, correct? If I remember correctly, right? At that time. So that is what happened today in music historia. Oh, and I'm going to Vegas a little earlier than the Summer League, but I don't know. I may have to cancel it now because Aerosmith has canceled a series of upcoming Las Vegas residency dates. Why? Because Steven Tyler has relapsed and voluntarily entered a treatment program while experiencing issues from a recent foot surgery. So I have tickets for, we're going to go see Morrissey, Aerosmith, and Chris Rock. And now no Aerosmith. So it's only Morrissey and Chris Rock. Wonder if we can get another concert in there. Troy Ortiz says, Rio's dangerous as hell. Oh, be careful. Troy, have you seen the United States? What's so safe about the United States? Are you safe in a church? Are you safe in a supermarket? Are your kids safe in school? The trick in Rio is go in jeans and a concert shirt. Don't go wearing a Rolex and a Cartier watch, and don't go dressing in high-end clothes and jewelry and all that. Go looking like a regular person, bro. Don't flash anything. Don't do anything. Not that I got anything to flash anyways. I don't have the Rolex. I don't have anything that's going to be attractive to people. But that is what I'm told is the key, is just, you can go have fun, Don't go. Obviously, you got to know the areas to stay away from, like anywhere you go in the world. Okay, but let's not act like this is a safe haven nowadays. People aren't safe in a parade, my man. They just barrel through and run you over. Okay, I think I just saw a bunch of people get run over on bicycles. Last time I checked. So, not sure. I'm not sure how safe you think America is. So, before we start dissing Brazil, you may want to go to California, where it's where you can go steal anything and everything, and they do nothing to you because they got losers for leaders there. I love how we're taking shots at other places and we're not looking at what happens here every damn day. Yeah, you're Asian, they are beating you up. You're black, they're shooting and killing you. You're Taiwan, right? It was a Chinese dude that went into a Taiwan church, right? Because he hated the Taiwanese, right? Is that what it was? So the China guy kills the Taiwanese people. Yeah. No, we're no, it's super safe here, dude. I just had a car go through my house. No, it's super safe here, bro. Would you like to see the hole in my house? I had people that thought that they were fast and furious in my neighborhood. And they weren't either. Well, maybe fast. Well, they furiously busted down my house. But nah, I'm not going to go anywhere else because we're so safe here in America. America. Play the blues, Edge. I sure as hell don't want private enterprise running. Oh, whatever, bro. It doesn't matter who you have running. It doesn't matter who you have. You either vote in an idiot Republican or an idiot Democrat. It doesn't matter. Neither side can come up with anything. So who cares? Big O, I got to say, you might be more dedicated than me. Not a fan since 66. Love you, bro. Not a fan since, what did you leave in 66? What are you talking about, David? What did I say? What have you not been a fan of since 66? America? Rio? It can't be Aerosmith, Journey, or Toto. They haven't been around since 66. What was he talking about? What did I say? Dolphins? Well, you gave up on them after the expansion year? I got to say, you might be more dedicated than me. Not a fan since 1966. Love you, bro. What is he not a fan of since I'm sorry.
You're reading it wrong, though.
Oh, I am?
Yeah, it says Big O, I got to say, you might be more dedicated than me. Not.
Right. Not
fan. Love you, bro.
Oh, dedicated. Not. Oh, fans since 60. I got you now. Okay, there we go. Okay. I got it now. Thank you. All right. Well, I'm not trying to be the most dedicated fan of anything. The only thing I'm trying to be dedicated to is to you guys. Actually, I'm trying to be dedicated to you, David, and to Duke, and to the greater good, and to Brooklyn Rob, and to Andy Rivas, and to everybody that's on the chat board, and everybody that downloads the show, and all our great sponsors. That's what I'm trying to be dedicated to. That's it. And I think we show our dedication more than anybody else when it comes to South Florida sports. So that's where my dedication is focused, on providing the South Florida coverage that you guys deserve for our sports, and giving you guys the insiders that you deserve for all sports. That's what I'm dedicated. I'm not the number one Heat, Dolphins, Marlins, Panthers, Inter, Canes fan. I love them all, but I'm sure some of you are probably a little more dedicated than I am to each of those teams. I love them, but You're probably more dedicated. I am more dedicated to this for you because you can't get it anywhere else. So there you go. What else? Until you get all the money out of politics, nothing will change. A divided people are easy to control. Yeah. Yeah. Everybody's got an agenda. You're right. Everybody's got an agenda. Samuel says, I was in Costa Rica in 1999, my friend, and I drove to Costa Rica from Boca Raton. Took 2 weeks because we went through California border. It was an awesome experience. There you go. Big O, Oreo, liking that name. Big Oreo. Oh, a big Oreo. Okay. We can do that. Oh, one more thing, music note. Today is the 35th anniversary of The Cure's Kiss Me, Kiss Me, Kiss Me album, which is a phenomenal album. I saw that on Twitter, and I thought that was a very cool note. We have a game tonight, the Heat and the Celtics. And since we have that, we also have our liquor split matchup of the night.
It's time to tap that app. And no one loves to tap that app like the Big O. Here's the liquor split matchup of the night.
Oh, yeah. All right. So tonight we got the Celtics favored by 1.5 on the road here in Miami. The over and under is 204. Celtics are minus 125. Heat are plus 105. I'm really nervous with the Butler injury. How injured is he? The good thing about Jimmy is that he is one crazy sumbitch, and he's a guy that maybe could, try to overcome the pain and produce. I think this is a must-win game for them. I don't think they have the luxury of letting this game go and then all the pressure's on them now to win the next 2 games. I think they're well aware of it, and I think you're going to get a desperate Heat team tonight to play some great defense, and they're going to have to control that offense. They're going to have to find a way to slow those Celtics down, and they're going to have to play as much as they can their defensive players. Guys like Duncan Robinson don't do anything for you in a game like this. They just don't. Unless you can bring Duncan in the first couple minutes and he is unstoppable and hitting threes all over the place, then you can keep him on a roll. That's fine. But more often than not, I don't think this is a game for him. This is a game where you're going to need to play Caleb Martin more. All right. You're going to need to depend, I think, more on Gabe Vincent. All right. I think you need to depend more on Max Strus, on some of the younger guys to help you out. I think Lowry will be a really important cog tonight. It's important because not just because he runs the offense, I think he's going to need to hit some shots. I'm not telling you I need 20 from him, but you're going to need somewhere in the 12 to 16 area. He's going to need to hit some key shots. I would love to count on Bam. I don't know if you can, but I'm going to go Heat plus 1.5 here. I think they know they have to win tonight. They're too banged up to try to count on the next 2. And you probably should have rested Jimmy and PJ. But because they're tough sumbitches, I'm gonna lean to the Heat on this one, and I'm gonna take the 1.5, and I'm gonna go with the Heat eking out a victory against the Celtics in our liquor split matchup of the night.
The matchup of the night is brought to you by Liquor Split, Miami's own online liquor store. Liquor Split. Download the Tap That app and get your favorite liquor delivered to you for just $2.99. No risk, no drinking and driving. Tap that app with Liquor Split.
There you go. Lewis is asking me, have you seen the movie Good Morning Vietnam? Yes, I have. Of course. Robin Williams is awesome. Great movie. Great movie. Yes, I do enjoy that. By the way, Nature Bee, a proud sponsor of our program. 27 vitamins and amino acids, 28 powerful antioxidants. And when it comes to bee pollen, folks, it's gathered in clean, green New Zealand. It's potentiated, which, of course, allows rapid absorption in your system. Take 2 golden capsules every single day. It'll boost your immune system, which is my favorite thing. It'll give you that energy all day long. There won't be that downtime in the afternoon. And, of course, it also helps digestion, which is very important. You're going to notice for you ladies out there, your nails are going to grow a little faster, a little stronger. Your hair is going to grow a little faster, too, on top of all of that. And, listen, right now we can get you free shipping. All you got to do is use our code Big O. Go to naturebee.com, put the code Big O, and you can get a 1-month supply, a 3-month supply, a 6-month supply. And it's great for the kids and for the adults. It's all natural. So go to naturebee.com and use our code Big O, and you will get free shipping on your plant pollen. Not on all the other products, only the plant pollen. So there you go. naturebee.com. Use the code Big O. Save yourself some money on the shipping. You will love it. All right, what else do we have? Did you guys see why Mark Jackson doesn't have a job? This is crazy. I mean, I read this story on Robert Littall's website on blacksportsonline.com. And Robert always has all kinds of these juicy stories. And sometimes you're not sure if, it's on target. But this was an ESPN story that was pulled and was not printed because, of course, when you're sleeping with the leagues, you can never really go out and really report everything, right? So Ethan Strauss on this story, apparently now it has come out in some of the excerpts of the whole story. And if you're wondering, because a lot of us have wondered, bro, what happened to Mark Jackson? He did a great job with Golden State. Okay, so he had a difference with the owners apparently or whatever. Fine, people have differences all the time, and they get the next job, and they get the next job, and they get the next job, right? All kinds of coaches. So you're wondering, what the hell happened with Mark Jackson? So Ethan Strauss reports on ESPN spiking Mark Jackson's story. It says, TV powers were reasserted in 2016 when ESPN, the magazine, attempted to run an article on the Warriors' rise after Jackson, authored by a writer I'll decline to name here. The piece was ultimately spiked, and not due to any errors or structural issues to the article had. No, the problem was it featured simply Mark Jackson's content was just too incendiary. And it was. And it still is. The article contained the following: extensive reporting on the cult-like us against them atmosphere Jackson had cultivated, in which he'd regularly demean the bosses to within the locker room. Allegations that Jackson had in his final days with the team ramped up with the religious rhetoric in ways that were increasingly extreme and divisive. Religion being divisive? No. Anyway, Mark also, according to sourcing, accused underlings of being influenced by the devil, inspiring Jackson to lay hands on them, to cleanse them of evil spirits. Yeah, no, that's a freaking kook that I'm not giving a job to. Maybe the guy just did the wrong thing. He made a mistake. Maybe he's an idiot. Maybe he's dumb. It's not that he has evil spirits in him. And let me, straighten it out here by putting my hand on you. Like, really, dude? Two sources relaying that Jackson had referred to Jason Collins, who was the openly gay player, and team president Rick Welts, who were both openly gay, as penis grabbers who were going to hell. So, if you're wondering why Mark Jackson doesn't have a job now and why nobody will touch him, or his penis, now you know. You're calling your owner a penis grabber and that he's going straight to hell. You can't make stuff like that up, bro. So people that he thought had the devil in him, he wanted to cleanse them with his powers. Oh, wow. Hands down, man down. Oh, God. That is too much. That is too much. That's a crazy ass story right there, dude. That's a crazy ass story. Now you know. Now you know why nobody will touch him. I mean, doesn't he realize that he's probably going to be coaching gay players? You think everybody in the locker room is straight? That's ridiculous. Wow. That's funny, man. Daryl, thank you for all you do, Big O. It's always fun to hear you interact with different walks of life. Thank you, sir. I also think Miami loses tonight. The series is unfortunately over. I can see how you feel that way. They're kind of banged up going into this game. And they got their asses kicked in the last game, so that's the last memory you have of the whole thing. So I totally understand. Justin Floyd says he's an old school pastor. He's a kook is what he is. All right. That's what he is. He's a freaking kook. By the way, that story comes out now. Let me add a little some to this. What does TNT do? Or what does he work for? TNT or ESPN? I forgot. ESPN, right? Is it ESPN? Right? So right, it is, right? So what do you do now? He clearly dislikes black people. I'm sorry, gay people. So this guy, that's some strong stuff, man. Mark Jackson in the production meetings is working with somebody gay. So whoever's gay in the ESPN family that is working around him in basketball, now Mark Jackson automatically, without even saying it now, but he's already made those kind of people uncomfortable. You're gay now. You are uncomfortable around Mark Jackson because he thinks the devil has possessed you and that you're going to hell. He already thinks you're evil. Oh, man, you're gay. You made the wrong decision in life. So if all this comes out, and eventually he's going to be challenged on this at one point or another. And ESPN will be challenged on this at one point or another. So wait a minute, you guys knew about this and you still hired him. So this is a person who hates homosexuals. He thinks they're going to hell. You employed someone that does not like gay people. Interesting. And again, the story wasn't squashed because the facts weren't real. It was a reporter that was there. No, it was squashed because it was incendiary, but yet you hired him. You hired somebody with hate in their heart for any kind of people. I don't care. We just talked about this. Chinese guy that hates the Taiwanese and goes and shoots them. We had a guy go into a supermarket just to kill black people. Hate is hate, bro. So, I'm just saying. This story comes out, ESPN squashed it and then hires the guy. What'd you think? It wasn't going to get out? Kind of weird, right? That's, that's tough, man. That's a tough one. So I guess after Jackson made those comments, why do you think he still has a job at ESPN? Is he black? Yeah, no, but it's about his hate for gays. I don't know why he has a job. It's a terrible move, a terrible look by ESPN. So you squash a story that's real, but you hire a hateful person. That's not a good look, dude. That's not what you're supposed to do if you're ESPN. I mean, you just fired a woman, was it a little over a year ago, because she was trying to get another woman fired, and she was accusing them of hiring that woman only because she was a minority. And no, she's actually really good at her job, but whatever. You can be jealous all you want, Rachel, but she deserves, and she then stuck it to ESPN and left. Which, this is why that company has all these issues, dude. Like, it's a terribly run company. It's a shame, right? Because they were on top of the world for years. Most of their programming's unwatchable. Their politics are unwatchable. Just everything that they've just, and look at this right here. It's really, ESPN has become a crap show. You go and you watch a little bit of the news and then you get the hell out because it's just sad. But I'm interested to see how this develops now. What kind of corner does this put ESPN in? And does anybody go and challenge ESPN now? Like, wait, hold on a second. You guys squash this story, but then you hire a guy that hates gay people? Where does that make any sense? What kind of an example does that set? I mean, if we're gonna be an inclusion, right? If we're gonna be inclusive and we're gonna accept everybody, which is what we should do. We're not gonna judge people because of their sexuality, their color, their religion, all of that. It's what we're supposed to judge human beings by human beings. If they're good, they're bad. If they can produce, if they can't produce, that's it. That's how you're supposed to judge them. Not by anything else. Not by their religion, not by their color, not by their sex, not by their sexual preference. None of that should be our business. You should judge the human being for the human being. If they are a good person, that's all that matters. Just saying. Big O, I think you're playing the results when you're talking about Bam's contract. It happens when you have guaranteed contracts. Does that make it right or wrong, George? Who gives a shit? You now have learned that Duncan Robinson is incredibly limited, right? So it's a bad contract, correct? Right? We get it. You had to sign him at that moment because you had to have the shooter, and you didn't have Caleb Martin, you didn't have Gabe Vincent, you didn't have Max Strus at that moment, correct? Those guys weren't developed. So away it goes, my man. But you knew Duncan Robinson couldn't dribble, couldn't create a shot, couldn't fill a lane, couldn't play defense, couldn't rebound, all of that. He can only have the long distance shooting. And you gave him the contract. Now you realize it's a bad contract. Well, you thought you could develop Whiteside. It ended up being a terrible contract. Well, Bam Adebayo. You can tell me you were trying to make him an offensive player, but I see how you play him. You never thought he was going to be an offensive player, but you gave him that money. That's the game, my brother. It happens. It's hindsight a lot of times. And in hindsight, you effed up with Tyler Johnson. In hindsight, well, actually, that wasn't even hindsight. I killed Riley for the Deion Jordan one. Like, he knew that he needed surgery, and he still gave him a contract. But in hindsight, James Johnson was always going to be a journeyman, but you gave him a deal anyway. And then in Whiteside, well, actually, I'm sorry, James Johnson, not hindsight. James Johnson was a journeyman, but you think you can make him special. And then the Whiteside one. It is what it is, dude. We have to call it like we see it. We love the Heat. They're a phenomenal franchise. They overcome all kinds of stuff, but we have to point out those mistakes. Those are obvious mistakes. And the Duncan Robinson is a bad contract, and now they've got to try to get out and dump it this offseason so they can keep Caleb Martin. And the Bam Adebayo deal, it's a bad contract, but you can live with it as long as you have shooters around the guy. Okay? Because you can't count on him offensively. So he's a garbage offensive player. Let him get his points off garbage. That's fine. That's what he is. But I'm sorry, my man. We have to call it like we see it. You know, I didn't want Whiteside's contract signed, and I didn't want the Deion Jordan contract either. Deion, it's not Deion Jordan. It's Deion. What was it? Whatever. Deion's contract.
Waiters.
Deion Waiters. I didn't want that one. That wasn't hindsight. That was in the moment. Tyler Johnson. Who the hell wanted to sign that kid for $20 million? Apparently, the story was Mickey Harrison fell in love with Tyler and didn't want to lose him to the Nets because he felt it was, no, we can't lose him to the Nets. So they kept him. And he wasn't worth $20 million either. We have to be honest with ourselves. As great as the Heat are, as much as they've produced, they are a phenomenal organization. But they made a mistake, and now they got to make up for it, and they got to overcome it. It's what it is. Big O, what's a good spot to get dinner in Vegas? What kind of dinner? You know, there's I think it's the Palazzo, or I think it's the Palazzo. There's a great steakhouse in the Palazzo. There's a great sushi bar in the second floor of Caesars. The Caesars Mall. Go to the second floor. I forgot the name of that one, but it's the only sushi bar there. It overlooks the strip, and you can see Paris and everything. I don't know what you want to eat, my brother. You know what I mean? It all depends. It's Vegas. There's a lot of great places to eat. So, you know, it's got to be one of those. Got to tell me, what do you want? What are you looking for? China Grill still exists in Vegas. You know what's gone is Cafe Moderano. Cafe Moderano is no longer in the Rio. You know, that was, I enjoyed that place, but that's gone. But I mean, you could get Cafe Moderano here. I don't know where you're at, but you know. All right, we are out of here. We wrap it up on the show. We got to thank Omar Kelly, Ian Rappaport, Ira Winderman, and Clay Ferraro. Of course, Sean Stanley, who masters this program every single day. Always got to thank him for doing his thing. By the way, good luck tonight to Inter Miami in the U.S. Open Cup, 7 o'clock on ESPN. Let's hope the boys can get the victory and move on to the round of 8. That would be really, really cool. And they've been playing better as of late, man. They're actually entertaining. If you watch them the last month, they've actually played a lot better football. So good luck to them. Obviously, good luck to our Miami Heat. Let's hope they can pull out the victory and take a 3-2 lead. And we'll be talking about it tomorrow morning at 10 a.m., coming to you live from Hialeah Park, baby. We shall see you tomorrow. Same time, same place, same bat channel. I love you all. Have a great one.